UFO crashes. And so I guess then it makes absolute sense that Renee Barnett from Strange Universe, seeking to do a program on the top 10 crashes, would go to Kevin Randle. Renee, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Is that a pretty good assessment of why you went to Kevin?
Absolutely.
Hi, Kevin. Are you there?
I certainly am. Thank you, Art.
All right. Excellent. Glad to have you both with us. Renee, you're not going to tell us what the top 10 crashes are you?
Well, not tonight. Have to watch the show for that.
I could guess at a few. I could guess at Roswell. I could guess at Bentwaters in England. And after that, I'd start having a hard time. There was maybe one at Socorro. And all time, that's about all I can think of offhand when you're talking about actual crashes. I mean, that is correct. Is it crashes or incidents? Incidents. All right, then I've got a question.
Shoot.
Phoenix. The recent Phoenix sightings. Are they in there?
Oh, I knew you were going to do this to me.
Of course I'm going to do it to you.
I would say that's a very good possibility.
A very good possibility. All right. So then I know I probably have 4. All right. Kevin, you've written the history of UFO crashes. How many crashes? Now, crashes, boy, that's serious. That's not like lights. That's like crashes. How many have there been?
If you go back into the 19th century, and I think the first one chronicled in the book is actually 1886. We can document reports of about 125. Of those, I think maybe 4 are good, solid cases. The rest of them are hoaxes, misidentifications, wild guesses, single witness reports that have no additional corroborative information for them. So we take a look at all of that kind of information and try to put together a good, solid chronology of this from the 19th century up until, I think, 1989 is the last one figured in the book.
All right, Kevin, I think you ought to tell the audience a little bit about yourself. Why are you into the UFO subject material? How'd you get into it, that kind of thing?
Well, I always have blamed my mother.
Your mother?
Who actually once got lost in Pahrump, Nevada. Who was very interested in science fiction, and it's not a huge step from science fiction into the UFO phenomenon.
Well, getting lost in Pahrump is like science fiction.
That's what she said. And so it wasn't a large leap into the UFO phenomena. Now, I've spent time as an Army helicopter pilot. I was an Air Force intelligence officer. I'm actually now what they call APD, or ABD, all but dissertation for my PhD, and I'm currently working on my dissertation in psychology. So I'm just kind of all over the board with a very eclectic interest in the world around us.
Usually when people are at that sensitive point that you just described, ABD, they are loath to talk about things like UFOs.
Well, interestingly enough, I've conferred with my advisor, and I'm probably going to end up doing a dissertation that relates to the abduction phenomenon.
My, how the world changes.
Absolutely.
So, in other words, it's going to be part of it.
Yes. What I think my point of view has been, and I think is what we need to do in the UFO phenomena, is elevate us from the amateur, if you will, as science in other realms have done, move ourselves up to the next level where we're looking at it with a more logical mind, looking at it more seriously than we have in the past. It's great to have the people out there chasing the lights in the sky, but after you've found 100,000 cases or 200,000 cases, there's not much more that we can add to our knowledge. I think we need to attempt to move ufology from that realm to the next level, where we're doing conscious research and performing experimentation, if you will, looking for the hard physical evidence that the phenomenon actually exists. I mean, you know it exists. I know it exists. We've got to convince the journalistic community and the scientific community that this is something that deserves a good scientific look. And I don't think there's been a good scientific investigation of the UFO phenomenon since it began.
Well, later we will talk of Dr. Stephen Greer and his efforts and what you think of that and so forth. Let me turn for a second to Renee. Renee, you've got a segment coming up on the top 10 UFO incidents, I guess, of all time?
Well, yes, in recent history, I guess. Actually, the phenomenon kind of kicked off, and I'll give away another of our top 10 with the Kenneth Arnold sighting, which was in 1947, as well as the Roswell incident. So it's celebrating its 50th anniversary in the month of June.
Remind me and the audience, Kenneth Arnold?
Yes, and, Kevin is actually the expert, but I can tell you that I believe it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, June 24th, 1947, Kenneth Arnold was a pilot, and he saw what he saw looked like a saucer, and that was actually when the term flying saucer was coined, which is another important thing about that event.
Well, if I might.
Sure.
What Kenneth Arnold saw, near Mount Rainier, Washington, on June 24th, you were right, was 9 objects moving with this motion that he described like saucers skipping across a pond. So he really wasn't describing the shape of the object as saucer, but their motion like saucers. And he said they were crescent-shaped objects. And what is important about the Arnold sighting, of course, is it began the whole UFO phenomena, the modern phenomena, alerted the media to it. But as Arnold's sighting ended, there was a fellow named Fred Johnson who saw the same objects. But Johnson reported that his compass began to spin wildly as these objects neared him. So we have the first of the electromagnetic effects. And the Air Force, and you really can't blame them in 1947. The Air Force decided that the action of the compass was not related to the appearance of the UFOs. We now know about the electromagnetic effects. But at that point, there didn't seem to be any causal relationship between the appearance of the objects and the spinning of his compass.
I probably should know about more about the Arnold incident. Has it been, in effect, buried a little bit by Roswell occurring in the same year?
It has taken a back seat to the Roswell case because of the number of witnesses involved and the importance of the Roswell case. But Kenneth Arnold sighting, he's always blamed as the man who started the whole UFO phenomenon with his sighting near Mount Rainier. Huh. So he's given credit for that. But what has become important is that the Arnold sighting is not standalone. It's not a single witness sighting as we had thought when it was first reported, Arnold seeing the object from his airplane. We've now got a witness on the ground that corroborates what he says. So now it's become multiple witness. So it's a much more powerful sighting than it was when it was first reported.
Well, a pilot sighting is interesting stuff anyway. I guess at that point, there would not have been a lot of fear on the part of a pilot to report something like this. That occurred after that time. Would that be correct, Kevin?
Yes. I think what we look at, and again we have to take a look at 1947, nobody knows what's going on. And we read the newspaper clippings, and this is where it becomes very interesting. You read the newspaper clippings, you have governmental spokesmen saying, we don't know what it is. We think it might be this. We have the scientific community saying, we don't know what it is, and proposing a number of theories. There are military spokesmen saying it's not secret projects that belong to us. We don't know what it is. Arnold sort of sparks all of that discussion in the press. On the July 4th weekend, the same weekend that the events in Roswell take place, flight crew in Idaho reports an object. The United Airlines flight crew reports seeing objects pacing their aircraft. Nobody says anything about them. And in fact, the military is extremely concerned by the number of pilots reporting these things, especially military pilots who they see as very credible. It's only after the Roswell case that takes place, and I even found the article in the Las Vegas Review-Journal on July 9th, the Associated Press reports that the Army and Navy moved today to suppress the stories of flying saucers whizzing through the atmosphere. So what's interesting here is some event takes place on the July 4th weekend, the crash at Roswell. Suddenly the military and the government knows what's going on, and they move to suppress the sightings. And then people start making the comments like, well, flying saucers have been seen in 38 states except Kansas, which is a dry state. So suddenly the ridicule factor comes into play. You don't mean you see those flying saucers, do you?
Were they trying to suggest that the more humid a location, the more likely sightings, hence swamp gas, I think, was the big one back then?
I think what they attempted to do after the Roswell crash takes place, suddenly they know what the answer is. They're presented with a technology that's far superior to ours. If we can crack the codes, we leap ahead of our enemies. We have the technology then that could rule the world if we can figure it out. And if we can convince our enemies that nothing happened at Roswell, then we don't have to worry about espionage.
Oh, no, that makes sense.
That's right. And then the stigma became that if you've seen a flying saucer, then you must be out of your mind or under the influence of alcohol.
Or you're one of those guys with three teeth and bib overalls that sucks down beer all the time. You can't be trusted. But what's interesting, if you take a look at the files, even the Air Force files show this, the higher the level of education, the more qualified the observer, the longer the object is in sight, the less likely they're going to find an explanation for it. So it's just the opposite of what they had suggested, that the lower the educational level, these are fleeting things that you only see for a moment, and it's people who haven't been highly educated or highly trained. And when you look at the Project Blue Book files, you find exactly the opposite.
Renee, you brought up a million things we could expand on, Kevin, but Renee is only with us, I think, for an hour. You've got a big segment coming up, Top 10, the top 10 things that have occurred. When is it going to air?
That's tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night?
May 1st.
May 1st.
That's right.
And people ought to know, every time I have somebody on, as a matter of fact, you did a piece on Heaven's Gate Monday.
Yes.
And people go absolutely nuts trying to find Strange Universe. I get a million faxes saying, where is it, where is it, where is it, when? And you've got a website. That's probably their best bet. Otherwise, what, TV Guide?
Yes, check your local listings. Being syndicated, we're not on a certain network, and different networks all over the place. In Los Angeles, we happen to be on the United Paramount Network, but that doesn't hold true across the board. So the best bet is to check your local listings. Certainly, check our website.
Which is?
Which is www.strangeuniverse.com.
Okay. So many people don't have computers yet. That I guess you're going to have to turn to your TV guides, but typically you'll find it, I find, between about 10 at night and 1 in the morning. I suppose it can vary from even that, but that's where I found it generally.
A lot of times we're on late at night. However, in some cities we're on even in the afternoon. I think in Tulsa, Oklahoma, we show, my hometown, show at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ooh, okay. Renee, when you began to do this, move toward this segment of the top 10, how did you select?
How did I select the top 10?
What was the criterion for selecting?
Well, certainly, as you mentioned, there were certain ones that immediately came to mind. And then that's when I made the call to Kevin Randle.
I see.
And we went over the remaining number, which was the majority of the cases, together. And I think that we tried to select cases where there were sufficient documentation and mainly something more than just a sighting, but something more like interaction with the environment, such as in the Kenneth Arnold sighting, the compass of Fred Johnson that went spinning. That was actually some effect on the environment that this had. Of course, the crash at Roswell, we had, trace evidence. We had debris. And we had, of course, lots of documentation, and we had a press release by the Army Air Corps, I guess it was called at the time.
Actually, it was the Army Air Forces then.
Army Air Force.
Right.
Air Forces.
Air Forces, was it really?
Yeah, in as a bit of trivia, which probably no one cares about but me, the Army Air Corps became the Army Air Force in 1941, and by the end of the war, it was the Army Air Forces. So in 1947, before it broke off to become its own branch of the service, it was the Army Air Forces.
That's right.
Now, why did they do that? Do you have any idea, Kevin? Why?
Sure. What happened is in the history, of course, first the Air Force was part of the Army, part of the Army Air Corps, but it grew into such a powerful and important organization that at the end of the war, you had the Army broken into two separate units, the ground forces and the air forces. And so you had, for example, in 1947, you had Dwight Eisenhower as the Chief of Staff of the Army, but under him were two high-ranking officers, one commanding the Army ground forces, one commanding, Carl Spaatz, I believe it was, commanding the Army Air Forces.
All right. Both of you hold on a moment. We're at the bottom of the hour. Kevin Randle, who wrote The History of UFO Crashes, and Renee Barnett from Strange Universe are my guests. There's nothing like a road. Barnett from Strange Universe and Kevin Randle. And Renee, how tough was it to put all this together, to make decisions?
Actually, I think it took us a conversation of maybe just an hour or so to really come up with the top 10. And then later on, we set out at Strange Universe to put them in order of importance. And then getting what was kind of difficult, but made much easier with the help of Kevin, was to get together some visuals for each of the event.
Yep, I was about to say, you are a visual medium.
Absolutely.
And you've got to find visual ways to tell your story, and that's particularly difficult in the UFO field. So how'd you do it?
That's right. Well, as I said, with Kevin's help, Kevin had a lot of videotape. He had some great pictures. He had some documents. And so we traveled to Kevin's place to pick some of that up and to get that on tape, and also to get Kevin to narrate our sightings for us, or our events, I should say.
Oh.
Sightings.
Oh, so in other words,
see Kevin on the piece.
We'll get to see Kevin. All right.
Right.
How did you feel about television, Kevin?
I think it's a wonderful medium, and it's probably here to stay.
I've got an interesting list before me, and this question will go to both of you. This is a list compiled by MUFON down in Texas, and Walt Andrus, I believe. And it is a list of UFO bodies, or ET bodies, allegedly in the possession of the U.S. government. And let me tell you, it's one long list. 4 at Roswell, 12 at Aztec, New Mexico, 16 at Ely, Nevada, 3 at Albuquerque. I could go on and on and on. There's probably about 20 more listings here, totaling God knows how many bodies. I would say probably 50 or 60 bodies in totality. Do either one of you or both of you believe that there are bodies and that we are in possession of them?
I believe that there were some bodies. However, it's a that large number. I think I'm going to defer to the expert, Kevin, on that.
Well, I think all we really need is one.
Oh, that's true.
To prove the case.
That's true.
There is no doubt in my mind that bodies were recovered at Roswell. Once we have that in our possession, once we know what's going on based on that, then subsequent cases are not nearly as important, other than their corroborative value. Sure. I think this list is put together much in the same way I put together the chronology for a history of UFO crashes, in that I accepted all the information, looked at all the information, and put it in the book, whether I believed it to be accurate or not, because I felt we ought to put that much information out. There's always a possibility I had made a mistake. I might think that a case is a hoax or a misidentification, and in fact be wrong about that. So I thought it sort of using the Len Stringfield idea that let's put as much information out there as we can, and maybe it'll key a memory or it'll key something from someone else, and it'll put the whole thing together for us.
All right. Well, there are 2 famous now pieces of video. One, the Roswell autopsy, supposed, and the latest being the supposed interrogation of an alien at Area 51, which, by the way, ran on Strange Universe as well. I'm not going to ask you, Renee, because it's just too tempting to try to get to the top 10, and I know you don't want to give them all away because you got a show to do tomorrow night.
Right.
But, Kevin, is there any, in your opinion, legitimate footage of aliens?
I think the alien autopsy film that Ray Santilli and the boys has is probably a fake. They're operating as if they know something about the film and they don't want us to know, and have done everything in their power to make sure that we don't get sufficient information about it to make any kind of a pronouncement. We also have to take a look at it from the point of view as it's not incumbent upon us to prove that film a fake, but Ray Santilli should provide us with the information so that it can be authenticated. He's failed to do so. But there are some interesting things out there, some interesting photographs, some interesting things out there for us to take a look at. That's a non-committal answer.
It's fine. What about this latest footage of an ET supposedly being interviewed at Area 51? I'm sure you've seen that, or seconds of it, or portions of a second.
That aired on Strange Universe.
Correct.
And I think, again, I'm dubious of that sort of thing because, once again, the provenance of it hasn't been effectively established. Mm-hmm. I think we need to take a look at all aspects of the UFO phenomenon, I think, with a very skeptical eye, that we're not going to allow our personal beliefs infect how we view these cases and let the evidence carry us to where it goes. And I don't think on the interrogation of the alien all the evidence is in yet. We have to wait until we can get some more information and some more evidence before we can make a positive call on that.
All right.
Speaking, Art, of that alien interview, as it's called, by Rocket Pictures, who owns the full 2 minutes and 55 seconds of available footage on that, we're doing a follow-up on that next Tuesday on Strange Universe. Right, and we're still continuing our investigation into that, and seeking out any evidence that anyone might have to corroborate this or to disprove it.
Okay. Another category then, and this is probably the most important to me of them all, and it is hard physical evidence that can be examined, analyzed, and all the rest of it. Now, I happen to be in possession of something affectionately called Art's Parts, made up of 2 shipments we got. One of aluminum pieces, which are extremely pure but not very interesting beyond the fact of their purity. The second shipment, though, was of material made up of bismuth and magnesium. Now, Linda Moulton Howe, exhaustively, for about a year now, we went to Carnegie Institute, we went to every rare metals manufacturer we could find, researchers in the field. They didn't know what it was. They have yet to be able to duplicate it, and they've been trying. It appears to have diamagnetic property to it. I don't know how many other things like this exist. I'll tell you a little secret. I gave a little piece of it to my friend Whitley Strieber. And I said, just a souvenir for you, Whitley. And I gave him a little piece of the Biz-Mag stuff. 16 layers, something like that. We've got photographs up on the website. And he took it away, and I just really intended to give it to him as a souvenir. Nobody knows this. And he took it to a scientist and had it analyzed. And the scientist said, oh, my God. What's this? I have never seen anything like this. So there's one piece of at least hard physical evidence that has not properly been explained. It's an important avenue of research. Kevin, is there much more of it out there?
Well, I'd like to retreat to your aluminum for a moment.
Sure.
The one horrifying thing that is in my mind is that we finally get a piece of the Roswell wreckage. I mean, a real, honest-to-God piece of the flying saucer, and we take it to the proper authorities to have it analyzed, and they say, hey, it's aluminum. Doesn't mean it's not extraterrestrial in origin.
No, and let me tell you something else, Kevin. One other aspect of the aluminum that was very important was that when you looked at it under an electron microscope, there were thousands of little pieces of embedded sand And the report that came back said, whatever this aluminum material is, it was involved in a very hard impact with the ground. So we know that.
There's the Ubatuba sample. Objects seen to explode near Ubatuba, Brazil in 1957. Material picked up on the beach, taken to first a columnist in Brazil, and later it arrived at the headquarters of the Aero Phenomena Research Organization in Tucson. According to the original analysis done by the Brazilian Army or the Brazilian government, it was magnesium that was 100% pure, did not exist in that form in 1957, and that sample was destroyed in the analysis of it. Two other pieces made it into the United States. One of them was allowed, or maybe both of them were allowed, or given to the Condon Committee, the University of Colorado study in the late 1960s, for non-destructive analysis. And the Condon report made a very unscientific conclusion, I thought. They said, well, we looked at this metal. It's very pure magnesium, but it's not 100% pure. Therefore, the story of it being 100% pure is disproven. No, that's not what it proves, because if I blow up your car, I can find all kinds of different materials. I can find cloth and rubber and glass and metal. So if I analyze a piece of glass, I cannot say that your car was made of glass. And so the Condon Committee, drawing the conclusion that the piece that was destroyed in the analysis in Brazil was not 100% pure, even though the Brazilian laboratories said it was, the Condon Committee can't say, well, that's been disproved. All they can say is the samples that they examined were not 100% pure. But there's another example of hard physical evidence from a flying saucer, if you will.
Renee, in this piece coming up, do you deal at all with the hard physical evidence aspect of it, or are you more into the sightings aspect?
I think we're into a little bit of both, and basically what it is it's just what we're calling it. It's the Strange Universe Top 10 UFOs, Top 10 Greatest UFOs. So what it is that we're just listing it, giving a little bit of background and a little bit of evidence from each case.
Mm-hmm. Including a little bit of hard physical evidence.
Yes, we're speaking about that. I don't know that we had any evidence in our possession to show, but we did speak about that.
Okay. When is the piece going to be, Renee? Is it the entire show? Is it the first piece, or where is it going to be in the show?
I think it's in the second or third act of the show, more toward the end of the show.
All right. Both of you, the anniversary of Roswell is coming up. What do you expect from that? Will there be anything new? Anybody else coming forward? Any amazing new information about Roswell on the anniversary?
Gee, it would be hard for me to say if anyone's holding back information that they're going to reveal on the anniversary, but that would certainly be an exciting premise to go on. I would think that would be a great time to reveal it.
It would be, yes.
Kevin, do you have any inside info?
There have been a number of different people who have told stories about their involvement in the Roswell case in the last year or so. Again, Strange Universe did the financial officer from the base coming forward and talking a little bit about what his involvement was, and that was something new. There is other people who have been a little bit freer with what they know, but I don't see any major revelation coming about just because of the 50th anniversary.
Problem is, people are beginning to die.
Problem is, people have been dying for a long time.
But particularly from, the Roswell incident.
What I'm saying is that's been a problem we've been having for quite a long time. Jesse Marcel Sr. died in 1986, for example. And I'm appalled by going back through my address book and the numbers of witnesses that we've gotten on either audio or videotape and discovering these people have since died. Edwin Easley was a major loss. I think we did not properly investigate what he knew. He was somewhat reticent to talk. And had we realized that he was as ill as he was, I think I spoke to him about 6 months before he's diagnosed with terminal cancer. And had we known in that 6 months, we could have gone out of our way to get more information from him.
Who was he? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I assume that everybody knows everything about this case, and I shouldn't do that. Edwin Easley was the provost marshal at the 509th Bomb Group in Roswell in 1947. He was responsible for coordinating both the impact site where the craft and bodies were located and the debris field up on the Brazel Ranch. That was his responsibility. When I first spoke to him, he told me repeatedly that I can't talk about it. I was sworn to secrecy, which, of course, gives lie to Sheridan Cavitt's comment about, well, I wasn't sworn to secrecy. Well, there were people who were sworn to secrecy. We have that information on tape. He also told family members about seeing the creatures, talking about the creatures, and he let other little things drop. He told me flat out that the craft was extraterrestrial. So Edwin Easley was an important witness. And we found him in 1990 and interviewed him a couple of times. And then I think it was in November of that year, I called down to speak to him, and his wife said, well, he's not available right now. I said, well, it wouldn't be a good time to call back. And she kind of hesitated. And I found out later that he was very ill. And unfortunately, we did not have an opportunity to gather as much information from him as we might have been able to had his health been better.
Well, deathbed testimony is important testimony in my eyes and the eyes of many, many people. If you're dying and you want to get something off your chest, it carries more weight. There's no question about it. It carries more weight in the eyes of just about everybody. So it is a shame that you were not able to get there. But he told you unambiguously that it was an ET craft. Do you have that on tape?
Unfortunately, no. And what happened there was I had made the call to him when we were having that discussion from the Center for UFO Studies office, and I didn't have a tape recorder. Since then, people have said, well, you should have gone out and bought one right away and called him back and gotten the information from him again. And they're absolutely right. I should have done that. I didn't think about that. I thought we were going to have an opportunity to interview him on videotape because we were making plans to go to visit him at his home in Fort Worth and videotape him before he got sick. And the circumstances crowded us out on that. We do have some of his statements on tape, for example, being sworn to secrecy. And it's kind of funny in the first conversation as I talked to him and I asked him questions about this, and he keeps saying, I can't tell you that. I was sworn to secrecy. I can't tell you that. I was sworn to secrecy. So we have a man who is very credible, who retired as a full colonel from the Air Force, who clearly was the provost marshal of the 509th Bomb Group at the time this took place, telling me that he can't talk about this incident because he was sworn to secrecy.
Well, a lot of people then took all this very seriously. Renee, I have a question for you. I have an opportunity to interview the famous, infamous, mysterious Victor. Victor is willing to come on my program for apparently about an hour with a voice-changing apparatus and be interviewed with regard to the tape that you ran and the follow-up that you're about to do on Strange Universe. Now, that probably is going to occur in the next few days, Renee. If you would be interested in getting a list of questions to me that you think would be appropriate to follow with Victor, it would be very helpful.
I would love that, and I appreciate the opportunity. I would certainly love to have the opportunity to interview Victor myself, and I envy you for being able to. This is a real coup, I think, that you're getting him. We were certainly not afforded that opportunity at Strange Universe. And the fact that he's going to be on for a full hour is really great.
Yeah, it's a lot of time.
Absolutely.
I wonder if I were to say, well, I'd like to bring Renee Barnett from Strange Universe on and let her also ask some questions, whether Victor would then sprint away.
You can give it a try.
I will. All right. I'm willing to do that. I'll give it a try.
Sure,
because I know you had many questions. In the meantime, the big one coming up tomorrow night, the top 10, would you say of contemporary UFO incidents or all time?
I would say, well, contemporary UFO incidents, but I guess in some ways that is for all time because the real evidence and documentation that we have on UFOs has really been only in contemporary times, starting back 50 years ago.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah.
Kevin, I know that you know what they are, and you won't say either, and I don't blame you. You're not supposed to. But do you think that Strange Universe has it pretty well covered with respect to the top 10 being what you would agree the top 10 probably are?
We have to take a look at it. I mean, we're limited to 10 different events, and I'm sure that if you sat down to think about what you would think of the top 10 UFO events, you might come up with a slightly different list. But I know in the construction of the list, what was a primary consideration was the evidence available. Did the UFOs interact with the environment? If we went from a scientific point of view, the scientific community, the skeptics are always saying, where's the physical evidence? And I think that was kind of in the backs of everybody's mind as the list was put together, is those that were more than just a sighting but had some additional element to it.
All right. Renee, we're about to break off with you, so remind everybody, tomorrow night, the top 10 UFO incidents. It'll be in Strange Universe. Everybody's got to go out there and check their TV guides and find out when it's on, right?
That's right. That's right. And next Tuesday, the alien interview follow-up. Also on that same show, on the UFO subject, we're going to be running a feature on the elusive Mr. Robert Bigelow, the Las Vegas.
Oh, I know Bob Bigelow.
All right.
As a matter of fact, he's somebody I had a lot of dealings with. All right, Renee Barnett, thank you. Everybody should be watching the top 10 tomorrow night.
Thanks.
Renee, thanks. And
my pleasure.
Kevin, stick around.
I'll stick around.
All right. This is where we break at the top of the hour, everybody. You're listening to the American CBC Radio Network. I'm Art Bell. All right. Back now to Kevin Randle. And, Kevin, you wrote first the history of UFO crashes, and then, most recently, your current book, The Randle Report. Is that correct?
Well, I had a couple of UFO books that preceded the history of UFO crashes, but...
What were those?
It started off with the UFO case book in 1989, and then UFO Crash at Roswell, which was made into the Showtime original film, cleverly called Roswell, and The Truth About the UFO Crash at Roswell, and then History of UFO Crashes, and then we get into the Randle Report, I guess.
All right. I've got a copy of Roswell, the movie. How accurate was it?
What the director said to me was, hey, it's a movie. They weren't making a documentary. They were making a film. If they could remain faithful to the truth, they did so. But they invented a interesting framework for the film. Jesse Marcel, the air intelligence officer, trying to piece together this story, which of course didn't happen in real life, but it was a way of bringing that information to the forefront. So they attempted to remain faithful to the film, and if you look quickly, you can actually see me in that film.
Oh, you're in there?
Oh, absolutely.
Where? What did you do?
Well, in the beginning, there's a scene where they're in the sheriff's office, and the sheriff has got a call from London, and the deputy says, sheriff's not here, cheerio, and there's a reporter in the background arguing with another deputy. Well, I'm the reporter arguing with the deputy. You have to look through a door, and you see me back there arguing.
I'm going to go back and take a look. All right. I'm with you. Sometimes it frustrates my audience, but in covering this kind of material, Kevin, all the time people will call up and they will want to tell you a story, and I understand why they want to do that. Back when I was 6 years old, I saw these lights, and they did the following, and they zoomed and zoomed, and then they went, and they were out of there. And I've sort of stopped or tried to discourage people from telling these stories because there are now so many millions of Americans that, to me, it's fait accompli. In other words, UFO sightings are real. Millions and millions of Americans have seen them, but we need to go beyond that. We really, really need to go beyond that, either with a body or physical evidence or indisputable photographic evidence. That one's hard, too. I've got, on my website, I've got so many photographs up there. I've even got one with a helicopter and a saucer.
The problem you run into in today's environment with photographs, frankly, is anybody with a computer and a good graphics program, a graphics creation program, I think Photoshop or Adobe,
While that's true, this you might take a look. Do you have access to the web?
Oh, I looked at your website this evening when I was waiting to come on the show.
Good. Did you see the picture with the helicopter and the saucer?
I didn't go that deep into it.
All right.
I'll go take another look tomorrow.
All right. The reason I say this is because I was sent the original 35 millimeter photograph. I scanned that in myself.
Well, but what I'm saying is it's so easy to even create a negative in today's environment.
Yes.
That it's almost impossible for even the experts to tell whether or not that's been manipulated with some kind of a computer program.
Okay, so then photographic evidence, whether it's a still photograph or even video, no matter how good it is, it's not going to be accepted.
In today's environment, we've got a real problem with that. And in fact, I just saw something somewhere on the web today talking about a video toaster for under $10,000. Now, I know when they originally came out, they were $500,000 or more.
A video toaster?
It's a piece of equipment that allows you to manipulate videotapes. And I have a friend, Russ Estes, who showed me how easy it was for him to create a very good-looking videotape of a flying saucer with the equipment that he has at his studio. And so we've got a real problem with looking at that sort of thing today. So we need, if you've got videotape of a flying saucer or an object, you've got to have a photographer who has impeccable credentials or multiple witness. Now, if you get videotape of the same object from 2 or 3 locations, it's going to be very hard for someone to have faked that.
All right. What about Phoenix? Phoenix is a good example of that. Sightings over Phoenix were seen by thousands, and they've got videotape as well. Where does that investigation stand?
My understanding is they're still in the process of investigating it because it's a fairly recent activity, and you have to take a look at the whole body of evidence that is available from that. And if you've got, as I say, videotapes from 2 or 3 cameras from 2 or 3 sources, and you have people who are credible people such as you and I. I mean, you wouldn't be out there faking a video of a flying saucer, neither would I.
No.
We don't have a history of creating those sorts of hoaxes, if you will. Then you begin to assemble some very credible evidence. But I think the point that we need to take a look at, and you allude to it, another sighting of lights in the sky or even a daylight disk isn't going to help us. If we start building the cases from a scientific standpoint and looking at the evidence very, very carefully and taking the witness testimony and asking all the questions that should be asked, not just the ones we want to hear the answers for, and put together a solid body of evidence, even if we do not have a bit of metal, we're still going to be able to put together some very credible cases. And when those opportunities to collect the bits of metal have come about, the scientific community have ignored them. Chris Stiles and Don Ledger in Nova Scotia have just spent the last couple of years investigating the Shag Harbor case from October of 1967.
I don't know about that.
I was going to explain.
Okay.
An object apparently either fell into Shag Harbor or dove into Shag Harbor to avoid something. The Canadian government attempted to find out what fell into it. They fell into Shag Harbor. They were accompanied by Americans, and there's even an indication that the Soviets were involved in some fashion trying to get in there to look what was going on.
Really?
What's so important about this case is it happened in October of 1967. This is when the Condon Committee was out investigating UFOs for the United States Air Force. $550,000 of our tax money they're spending to investigate UFOs. Here is the perfect example of a case that could produce very good physical evidence. The Condon Committee called up into Canada, made a couple of phone calls, thought that just some teenagers saw some lights in the sky and didn't follow up on it at all. And Chris Stiles and Don Ledger have spent a great deal of time following up and gathering documentation, realizing here was an opportunity for Condon Committee to do exactly what they were supposed to be doing, the scientific analysis of a UFO sighting, and they just blew it off.
All right, whether it's the Condon Committee or Blue Book or any of the other investigations that have occurred, have there been, in your opinion, any really legitimate investigations conducted? And by that I mean by some official source, government or otherwise, whatever.
It's my opinion that there has been no good scientific investigation of the UFO phenomenon. There have been things such as the Condon Committee or Project Blue Book that you mentioned that were supposed to be doing that sort of thing. And everybody sits around and says, well, the Project Blue Book, the Air Force looked at 12,000 UFO sightings.
Right.
They were able to explain all but 701. And is that 701 a significant number? And if you take a look at it from a statistical point of view, it really isn't. 701 unexplained sightings out of 12,000. But what you have to take a look at is what the Air Force said. They said, well, the rest of them were astronomical phenomenon, weather phenomenon, weather balloons, aircraft misidentifications, and hoaxes. What they don't tell you is about 4,000 of the cases in the Project Blue Book files are stamped insufficient data for a scientific analysis, which means there's no explanation for them, but they are labeled.
All right. And Blue Book concluded, didn't it, at the very end, that whatever it is, it's not a threat to national security. Wasn't that in their final statement?
That was what they always played off. Well, it's no threat to national security. We have done our job. Because it doesn't threaten the national security, we don't have to look at this anymore.
All right, I have interviewed officers who were in missile silos in this country who said that UFOs hovered over their installations, that UFOs, in fact, deactivated some intercontinental ballistic missiles. I've had other people tell me that story is absolutely accurate, but I actually talked to one of the officers, 2020, long time ago I think it was, did a story on a UFO that hovered over a Russian similar installation and began activating an ICBM. Now, whatever UFOs are, it seems to me that if they're doing that kind of thing, if they're not a threat to national security, then the people in Washington have their heads in a very dark place indeed.
Well, the other side of that coin, the Air Force says we don't investigate UFOs anymore.
Right.
If you've got some anomalous object over the continental United States, it's the Air Force mission to investigate it. No matter what they say, so we don't pay attention to UFOs anymore. Well, we've got an invader over our airspace. The Air Defense Command is supposed to look at these things and intercept them.
Right. So that is a dumb statement on its face.
Absolutely correct.
I mean, if something's doing Mach 4 or 5, crossing the country at high altitude, and they don't go up and see what it is, what the hell's wrong with our defense system?
And isn't that their job? And if they're not going up to look at it, then we better stop funding them. And so when they say we stopped investigating UFOs in 1969, that's a crock. They still investigate UFOs. They have to investigate UFOs by regulation.
All right. You wrote the history of UFO crashes. What did you do in the Randle report, the new book, that went beyond that, or that differed from that?
The Randle report is looking at UFO investigations in the 1990s and how UFO investigations operate in the 1990s. And that is how we bring in the Shag Harbor crash for 1967, for example. The investigation by ufologists began in the 1990s, and I think Chris Stiles says that he was inspired by the Unsolved Mysteries segment on the Roswell case and realized that there was a similar event that took place in Nova Scotia and that maybe he could look into that and discover some documentation or talk to some of the witnesses and maybe uncover some evidence about it. So we take a look at what has happened in the 1990s in the way of investigation and how the investigative technique of the ufologists have improved. We used to be a bunch of amateurs out there kind of bumbling in the dark, just wanting to believe in UFOs and not taking a good solid look at the evidence, going where the evidence took us. And if you take a look at the investigations done today, those same so-called amateurs are doing extremely incredible investigations. We've learned, and you alluded to it earlier with Linda Howe, she may not be competent to analyze the metal, but she's the arch parts, but she's certainly competent to find the proper authorities to analyze that metal.
Sure.
And that's one of the things that we've learned in the last few years is that we're not required to have all the answers, there are experts out there, disinterested experts, who can provide us with some of the answers.
Yeah, but what's driving me nuts is they've done the analysis of Art's parts, and we know enough. I mean, we've been underway with this for over a year now. It went to Carnegie. It re-radiated, and I forget, I'd have to get the report, 60 times the amount of radiation that should have been coming from it. They, at Carnegie in Washington, they documented that for us. We paid for it. And nobody has been able to duplicate it. Nobody understands it. It's absolutely anomalous, but where have we gone with it? I mean, why hasn't somebody come and said, my God, you've got something here, some hard physical evidence, it really is something, but they haven't.
I think we take a look at the news media as a responsible entity, or the scientific community. We have an awful lot of people out there who have spent their careers building their credibility, and they don't want to lose their credibility by investigating flying saucers, for crying out loud. You're not telling me you believe in those little green men, are you? And what we see is when a story is assigned to a reporter about UFOs, we always find the reporter finding the most uncredible person to talk to. Like the Operation Right to Know did their march in Washington, and the reporters interviewed the lady who had manifested herself on 16 alien spacecraft.
They're going to go for somebody with a metal hat and a little twirly thing.
And so they can go back and say, well, I don't believe in this stuff. Look what I found. Instead of investing the time and the effort in learning exactly what goes on in the UFO phenomena. You mentioned yourself the Heaven's Gate event is linked directly to the UFO phenomenon, as if we're somehow responsible. In fact, I saw Harlan Ellison on the Sci-Fi Channel this Sunday lamenting the fact that all these crazy people believe in flying saucers, and look what it got them. 39 people are dead in Southern California.
Right.
And that's no more fair than to blame the Catholic Church for the Guyana tragedy and Jim Jones. He was no more a Catholic or a Christian in the sense that the people at Heaven's Gate are ufologists. And so we get tarred with that brush, and nobody bothers in the journalistic community to understand that we're not responsible for that craziness.
All right. Well, I want to talk to you about Heaven's Gate, and I want to talk to you about Dr. Stephen Greer, who just recently made a very serious attempt, valiant attempt, that really went nowhere in the press, and it should have. So stay right there, Kevin. We'll be back to you. It's the bottom of the hour. Once again, I'm Art Bell. We are talking ufology, the general state, I guess, of ufology in a way, with a man who should know about it, Kevin Randle. I'm Art Bell, and this is the American CBC Radio Network. Don't touch that dial. It is, and we're about to open the lines and let you ask questions of Kevin Randle, if you would like. He's been investigating UFOs a long time. So if you have a question, come now. Do you drink bottled water? Do you still, from Alaska or Hawaii, call 918-687-0404. All right. Back now to Kevin Randle. Let us talk for a second about Heaven's Gate and the 39 suicides in Rancho Santa Fe. When that story broke, Kevin, most folks decided they were going to blame me because we had Courtney Brown on and a series of photographs showing an apparent anomaly behind Hale-Bopp, which we, of course, proved to be a hoax long before the suicides, but never mind that. The press decided several things. They decided that they were going to make this story about UFOs no matter what, despite the suicide note saying that whether or not there's a companion is irrelevant, despite the fact that they'd been going after it 22 years, despite all kinds of facts, like they said that the marker was the comet and all the rest of it. If you do just a little bit of due diligence and research into what was going on with that cult, you would have come up with a very different story. But that is not what the American press wanted. By God, they were going to have their UFO equals suicide story no matter what. And I wonder if you kind of had the same take on it.
In 20 years ago, Applewhite and the cult came by my house.
Really?
When they were Bo and Peep. just starting out as the two. And I was teaching a class on the UFO phenomenon at local community college, and they wanted my help in sponsoring a lecture there, and I saw them as a contactee group and really didn't want anything to do with them, which is one of the reasons I have an unlisted phone number. I don't want these people standing on my front step when I come home from the movie or whatever.
I understand, yes.
But that's it. The news media, unfortunately, has got to get their story right now this minute, and tomorrow we'll have another one. And we have to get it right now, this minute. And they're not interested in what the truth is. I was at the offices of the Chicago Tribune, and the reporter told me, never tell this story. We were talking about, again, the case at Roswell, and one of the editors says, well, I don't believe in that stuff. And I said, well, there's been a government cover-up, and I can prove it. I have the documentation. I mean, the documentation is there. I have a book coming out called Conspiracy of Silence, and the documentation is presented in there showing that there was an attempt to suppress UFO information. And the attitude of the editors, senior editors at the Chicago Tribune is, we don't care what the documentation says. We don't believe this stuff.
That's right.
And that's it. We take a look at the Heaven's Gate cult, and it has nothing to do with UFOs in reality. And I don't know why the comet that we had the year before wasn't the marker for them.
I don't either.
Bob was a much better comet, I thought.
we can only go by what they said, but the press roundly ignored that and told the story the way they wanted to tell it.
But the press always tells the story the way they want to tell it, regardless of what the facts are. They get it in their mind that this is the way the story is, and then you have a very hard time of convincing them that it's not that way. They have their own agenda. The New York Times is the best example of that when the Air Force came out with a report in 1995 that said, well, we can explain Roswell's a weather balloon. Didn't look at the story where the Air Force says, back in 1947 we said it was a weather balloon. We checked our records. We lied back in 1947, and what we discovered is it was a weather balloon.
That's right. Crazy.
Same answer, just gave it a new name, but it's the same answer. And the New York Times said, oh yeah, of course it's a weather balloon. Didn't say to the people, well, gee, why couldn't Marcel and the boys at Roswell recognize a weather balloon when they saw it? And if they couldn't recognize it, did you really want these guys with their fingers on the buttons?
Well, that's a good point. Dr. Stephen Greer, I want to cover that subject. He recently went back to Washington and took some incredibly credible folks and provided testimony in an attempt to do exactly what we've been trying to do. Legitimize the investigation, and I expected to see some pretty big headlines as a result of the Greer business, and there's been literally, unless you count the internet, nothing. And
the internet, unfortunately, there's so many people on the internet that are not qualified to make any kind of pronouncement. You read some of those messages and you wonder how they can actually type in English. But I think Dr. Greer's attempt may have been a tad bit premature. That the news media wasn't ready for that sort of thing, regardless of the list of witnesses that he brought forward. I mean, when you have Jesse Marcel being attacked because his military record does not reflect what he told Bob Pratt some 30 years later, where we're still having to fight those sorts of battles. And I know of all the people in the debate about Jesse Marcel's record, I'm probably the only one that ever served in Army aviation, and I know for a fact my record is wrong. That I tell you I have 41 air medals. I mean, Marcel had 5, or claimed he had 5, and the record showed 2. My record shows 2, but I can prove the other air medals. That just was never an important enough discrepancy for me to bother to correct. That sort of thing. And what we're saying is this record that is kept by or created by draftees is somehow a document cast in stone, and what Jess Marcel said some 38 years later to a reporter who may have misunderstood what he said. We don't have the tapes anymore to compare it, somehow this proves that Jess Marcel is a liar. I mean, here's a man who is exactly who he said he was in 1947, and we're now arguing over trivia from his record.
Well, it's like settled law, Kevin. In other words, good law, bad law, as long as it's been law long enough, even the U.S. Supreme Court is willing to say it is settled law. It's a concept I've always had a very difficult time with. So a record, going back that many years, God, it's got to be true. Look at this. It was back in 40 so-and-so. It's got to be true. Let's try the phones here for a second.
All right.
First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm in California.
California, okay.
And my name's Jean. Kevin?
Yes.
I read at least one of your books.
I appreciate that.
Pardon?
I appreciate that.
Okay. And I read several other books more recently. And I have a sense with all the various books that I've read that obviously our government has known about, we'll call, something flying around our planet, of which they probably felt, for perhaps their own reasons, that us people on the planet didn't need to know about it. But in the various cases where people have actually had contact, there seems they almost all allude to some type of human experimentation of which we are being used.
Yes.
And the type of experimentation almost always implies that the stories imply that they are using human embryo for their own benefit.
It appears to be genetically related, in other
Right.
words. Right.
Now, one of the statements I read was that someone was told, mankind's going to become sterile, so this is why we're doing this. But there always seems to be sometimes two varieties perhaps seen together, one taller than the other and yet different, as though one is a type of clone, maybe off of the human, and the other one is the actual, we'll call, extraterrestrial entity.
All right, ma'am, let me form that into a question for you. Kevin, she's right. When you look at contact reports, the vast majority of them appear to include experimentation that has to do with reproduction or genetics. Is that a fair conclusion?
I'm not sure it's fair to say the vast majority of them. There is a majority of them that's, when you collect the data from people who claim to have been abducted, is suggestive of some kind of genetic manipulation and experimentation, yes.
And then let's talk about the first little bit of what she said. In your opinion, you know what the Brookings report is.
Yes.
Are we still operating on the basis of that report? The Brookings report, for those who don't know, suggested that there would be a severe social disruption if we became aware that there were others. That boils it down too simply, of course, but that's the basic premise.
I think they also suggested that when a technologically inferior civilization comes in contact with a technologically superior civilization, the technologically inferior civilization ceases to exist.
Yes.
Meaning the mere introduction of that technology radically alters the society.
We didn't need ETs to prove that. We proved that again and again here on Earth.
I was going to suggest that the mere introduction of the horse to the Plains Indians after the Spanish arrived in the New World certainly altered their lifestyle. And, of course, now where are the Indians today? Their civilizations were destroyed.
So my question is, are we still operating under the premise presented in the Brookings report?
I think we're operating under that premise. We're operating under a lot of different premises. But it strikes me that we're operating under big brotherism. We are so childlike, I guess, that if the government were to come out and tell us that there were extraterrestrial entities flying through our atmosphere, that it would be disastrous. We just couldn't handle this sudden knowledge that we are not alone in the universe. And we can see that kind of attitude by the U.S. government all the time. in a lot of the laws they pass and the things they do. So, yeah, I think we're still operating under that sort of a auspices, if you will.
Okay. Let me change course here just for a second with you, Kevin. I've got an important question. I've had, as you know, Richard Hoagland on the program many times. Richard has concentrated on things like the face on Mars, artifacts on the moon, and 17 years ago, life on Europa, and those sorts of things. He has been pressuring a long time now NASA. 2 days ago, I got a letter from NASA, directly from NASA to me, and they finally have begun to react to this, particularly with respect to the announcement that there will not be, amazingly will not be, a mission to Europa. Very suspicious. And so tomorrow night I'm going to have Don Savage, who is the Public Affairs Officer, Office of Space Science from NASA, and Ray Villard, who is the Public Affairs Officer for the Hubble Space Sciences Institute. They're both going to be on the show. And NASA has finally decided to publicly respond. Now, this goes to an argument made by Tom Van Flanderen, and it's all centering around Hubble. In other words, I'm told that Hubble can look at Comet Hale-Bopp and make a decision, though it's a narrow window, about whether comets are made up of a solid piece or many smaller orbiting pieces that we see as a solid nucleus, but in fact is not. And that would prove the Van Flanderen model that a planet long ago exploded, and these comets are pieces of that planet. A non-trivial argument. NASA, it seems, doesn't want to look at Comet Hale-Bopp as it leaves. NASA doesn't particularly want to look at the face on Mars, and they don't seem to want to go back to Europa. So I would like to get your take on this prior to talking to NASA tomorrow. Has NASA been straight with us?
No, I don't think so. I think that the face on Mars, for example, to me, this is a question that can be answered easily. It's either an optical illusion or it is some kind of construct. And if it's something that has been constructed by intelligent creatures, that proves that there's extraterrestrial life out there, and it is inhabited our solar system or invaded our solar system at some point, because the proof is there on Mars, and we certainly didn't do that. In the Randle report, I talk about the STS-48 case.
Yes.
Dr. Jack Kasher had a series of what he called his proofs, proving that the object seen on that piece of film was not ice crystals, and he has some amazing proof from the point of view of a scientist of why it couldn't be ice crystals.
And you know about the Now Later mission.
Oh, absolutely, yes. But the point is, after you used to be able to watch the NASA missions in real time, and people were downloading the signal and watching it on the NASA Select channel.
Exactly.
After that piece of film was discovered, NASA decided to delay everything by 2 hours or 4 hours or whatever.
Exactly.
And the question has to be asked, why? Why are you delaying the signals now? And the answer has got to be because somebody found something in one of those signals we didn't want the American public to know about.
God, that's an incredible thought. I mean, to imagine that we have been lied to for so many years is just an amazing thought. And these people from NASA are so nice, and they explain things away. I'll read this letter later, and they seem to have a reason for everything. But when you look at the overall picture, the face, Europa, Comet Hale-Bopp observations, all the rest of it, it's like they don't want to know. Or that is, maybe better said, they know and they don't want us to know.
Well, let's look at the Condon Committee just one more time. We now have the documentation to prove the whole thing was a setup. We have a copy of the letter from the Air Force to the Condon Committee saying, this is what we want you to find. The letter back to the Condon Committee says, thank you for telling us. And 3 days later, Condon is in New York saying to a group of scientists, my attitude is right now the Air Force ought to wash its hand of this whole thing. There's nothing to it. But I'm not supposed to come to that conclusion for another 18 months.
You have that letter?
Yes. Written by a lieutenant colonel named Hippler. It was discovered by Dr. Mike Swords in the Condon Committee papers.
Oh, my God. See, now that should be a reason right there for a congressional investigation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I say I don't think there's ever been a good scientific investigation of UFOs. Condon certainly didn't do it. The Robertson panel, the CIA-sponsored study back in 1953. And this, I go through this in great detail in The Conspiracy of Silence. But again, Dr. Swords found, by putting together the chronology of the Robertson panel, here you have this high-powered guy named Robertson running this 4-day investigation of UFOs. On Friday night, he says, I'll do the report. And by the time they meet the next day, not only has the report been written, it's been reviewed by one committee member and the Directorate of the Air Force, and they've signed off on it. Now, how in 1953, before fax machines, computers, and all the high technology we have today, could you write a report on a Friday afternoon or Friday night and get it reviewed by the proper people so that when you show up on Saturday to give the report to the rest of the committee, it's already signed off, so they make a couple of cosmetic changes, and that's the report we get.
Unbelievable.
So it's clearly a setup.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Yes, my name's Jeff. I'm calling from Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
Hi, Jeff.
I have to agree with your thoughts on the Big Brotherism. I lived here in southeast Missouri since 1972, and we were having a lot of sightings in the early and mid-'70s around a small town called Piedmont, Missouri. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, and we had a lot of cattle mutilations there. And we had several people from the university here in Cape Girardeau, one physics professor in particular that had went and did an investigation on these out in the field every night, taking photographs and doing some kind of electronic and magnetic measurements. And he wrote a small book on it, and he was so severely slapped down from that he had to resign his position at the university. And he made an honest effort in trying to measure the phenomenon. And something was going on because I had seen them myself one summer up around that area. And back in the 76 election when Jimmy Carter was running, after all this, I remember
his promise to tell us all if he became elected?
Yes. And
yes.
I'm wondering what ever happened to that. Why did he not open the files like he told people he would?
All right, Kevin, what do you know about that, if anything?
Not only that, we've had a number of people who have attempted to ask Carter about that subsequently after he left the presidency, and he refuses to answer the question.
I know it. You know, I had a fellow who said he went to a book signing by Jimmy Carter, and he actually managed to make eye contact with Jimmy Carter and asked him that question, and tears formed in Carter's eyes.
What we understand is they revealed the truth to Carter, and it was of a nature that he just felt he couldn't pass it along to the rest of us. And
Can you imagine in your mind what they could have told him that would have been so incredible that Jimmy Carter, who, whatever else he was an honest guy, put that kind of silence across him? What could they have told him that would have been so serious, Kevin?
It's kind of like the question of what is so incredible about the Roswell case they can't tell us about it.
Well, maybe exactly the same thing. Hold on, we're at the top of the hour. We'll be right back. My guest is Kevin Randle. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC. Once again, here I am, top of the morning. My guest is Kevin Randle, and we're having a very serious discussion about ufology. This evening, if you would like to join in, you're welcome to do so. We are taking calls. 2 economic-related items, one very vital. North American trading.
On Sunday, May 4th, one of the most spectacular movie events of the year will not be in theaters, not on cable, and not on video. You can see it only on NBC. From the master of action and suspense, Robin Cook, comes a world premiere feature film based on his best-selling novel, Invasion.
You gotta get over here. You gotta see this.
With 1 billion life forms in the universe, one of them has found us and is not friendly.
We've had several more unexplained deaths.
I don't understand what's happening. I'm so scared.
Mankind's greatest enemy.
They're gonna kill us. We have to get out of here.
Mankind's greatest
There's just 6 of us left.
Don't move! A must-see motion picture experience.
You can't stop it. No one can.
Robin Cook's Invasion, Sunday, May 4th, only on NBC.
It has begun.
All right. Back now to my guest, Kevin Randle, and we were talking about Jimmy Carter. Let me go back again to Roswell. This is from Sean in Yucca Valley. Any speculation, Kevin, on why the aliens apparently did not attempt a recovery of their own crashed saucer at Roswell, even though there was a substantial period of time between the crash and notification of the authorities by George Brazel?
Well, it was actually Mac Brazel.
Okay.
But again, it is speculation, completely and totally speculative. My favorite theory is that they were attempting to alert us to their presence in the most non-threatening way they could come up with was a crash saucer and dead aliens. What they were attempting to tell us was they were fallible, they were not godlike, they were like the human race, they could make mistakes. The problem with that theory is simply that if it didn't work in Roswell, why select Roswell, first of all, because it's such an out-of-the-way place. Why not do it somewhere closer to a population center? And if it didn't work the first time, why not do it again to make sure that the message gets through? I don't understand why they didn't try to recover their craft and the bodies unless they figured the craft was destroyed and once their fellows were dead, there was no reason to risk additional life in an attempt to recover it. We just really don't know what the motivation of an alien race would be.
All right, try this one out for size. Art, this suggestion may have already been tried, but I haven't heard of it. Why not have the top ufologists file a suit against the government in order to call witnesses to present the evidence? Short of that, why not get with some production company, broadcast a live trial with real attorneys and a real jury, and present the evidence live, not rehearsed. Get a real judge, present the evidence in a court setting. If the evidence is there, present it in a forum that will affect the most people. Broadcast the trial during the day, and I'll bet the press would love it. If you do that, you in effect take it away from the tabloids. Have it live, not scripted. Have it take time, like the O.J. trial, so it can sink in. Kind of a good idea. I wonder if anybody's thought of it, and if they haven't, there's the idea. Would that be one approach?
It certainly would be one approach, but we have to remember that we're dealing with a scientific question as opposed to a legal question. And the other thing that we always have to look at is what I find particularly persuasive in the way of evidence may not be sufficient to persuade you, or what you find to be persuasive may not be sufficient to persuade me.
Witness the outcome of the O.J. trial.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a real problem with trying to present the evidence for the UFOs, and I think our mistake as ufologists has been not presenting it in a proper scientific setting, not following the proper scientific protocols. And if we elevate our standards to the scientific standards, then we may make some progress. But that is something that we have not been able to do to this point.
Okay. Let's go back to the phones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi. Hello there.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You're on the air. Turn your radio off and speak up for us.
Yes, this is Mike from Sacramento.
Yes, Mike.
Is this still Kevin and Art?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. When I first put you on the air out here in California, they were talking about the UFOs out in Arizona, and you were also speaking about something in Mexico City. I was wondering if KNXV ever put that on the air, the footage in Arizona. And also, I was wondering, what were the people just sitting there monitoring air traffic on the radios or something? They were wondering why something was breaking communications with ground control or something like that?
I'm not following you.
The UFO stories here about, people actually seeing the stuff at nighttime, UFOs. First I thought...
Well, are you talking about the Arizona sightings now?
Yeah. Now that you bring up the topic of UFOs here.
All right. Again, the Arizona sightings, the investigation is ongoing. And I don't know where it's going to go. I mean, they offered up the the whole flare business, Kevin, as an explanation, does that fit with what you know?
The explanations being offered by the government rarely fits with what we know. They feel compelled to explain them as quickly as they possibly can, regardless of how ridiculous those explanations begin to look. And we can go back to the very earliest UFO sightings and see government attempts to explain these things away. Kenneth Arnold, which we were speaking about much earlier, I think the government and Donald Menzel, the Harvard astronomer who was the great debunker, offered 6 or 7 different explanations. And when somebody found a particular explanation to be ridiculous, well, Menzel had another one, including raindrops on the canopy of the aircraft drifting across the canopy, and that apparently Arnold was such an incompetent pilot he couldn't recognize moisture on the canopy of his aircraft.
All right, well, that brings us to the great debate about disinformation. And I wonder what you believe. This is out on the fringe, but maybe it's not. There are immediate, sometimes ridiculous, multiple explanations for what something could be. STS-48 and the latest footage is a good example. Are there active agents, in your opinion, that are part of our government that are out there giving us disinformation? Or are we actively doing that ourselves?
I think my opinion is we're actively doing it to ourselves. I think that after the Roswell case took place, there was a oversight committee developed to exploit the find. And part of that mission may have been to lead people in different directions. But we've become so professional at it ourselves in the UFO community, and we have the lunatic fringe that we must deal with, that I don't think they feel it's necessary to do it anymore. I think it's more misinformation than disinformation. I don't think they really have to do anything, just allow us to do it to ourselves.
What about the professional skeptics, the James Randys, the people who make it a business to go out and debunk?
I have yet to understand why they are so rabid in their debunking and that they're so nasty about it. That's what I have never been able to understand, is why we cannot agree to disagree on something and why they go to such extremes to make those of us who are looking at it seriously seem to be so ridiculous. I haven't understood what their motivation is, why they feel so threatened by our attempts to learn something more.
I agree. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi. Hello there. Going once, going twice, gone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Kevin, I may be doing something wrong here.
I thought maybe everybody got made.
No. A wild card line. Let me try this. You're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you are there. Good.
My name's George, calling from L.A.
Hi, George.
Kevin, I wonder, have you ever heard any kind of report, official or otherwise, coming from Palomar concerning possible sightings of any kind of UFOs?
Palomar or other observatories?
Yeah, I asked that because when I got married in 1950, a guy named Artie Auerbach had a big reunion when my dad came out from New York for the wedding. Artie was Mr. Kitzel on the Jack Benny Show. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember that. He's a guy that had a little Yiddish accent, and he'd say, "Hello, Mr. Benny," and he'd go through these comic routines. Well, Artie, at the wedding dinner, he was telling a story that a friend of his was a scientist at Palomar, and that ever since we started setting off atom bombs, they were tracking large bodies that were going from one planet to another. The size of one of them, they said, was roughly 3 times the size of the Queen Mary. And there was one they called the Milk Run because it was a regular run that they could depend on to show up.
All right, I think that is a good question. With regard to observatories, they would be very unlikely, I think, to observe anything, for example, scooting about within the atmosphere, because that's not what they're looking for. But with regard to something moving from one planet to another, yes. Observatories what do we know, if anything, Kevin, about what observatories have seen, or when they get anomalous things that they see, do they simply discard it?
We know that J. Allen Hynek at one time in the early 50s surveyed a bunch of astronomers about their beliefs in UFOs. And interestingly enough, Dr. Clyde Tombaugh, who had discovered the planet Pluto, had 2 UFO sightings himself. And, of course, Menzel explained them away, and I believe Tombaugh as opposed to Menzel. We do know that there have been some observations by observatories of bizarre things on the moon, bizarre things on Mars, and suggestions of some kind of craft, but they've never been well documented. And I think we get back to the ridicule factor, which you don't mean you've seen little green men, do you? I talked to James A. Van Allen, a name I'm sure everybody recognizes, the man who discovered the radiation belts. I studied astronomy under him. I say astronomy. I studied astronomy. I took one astronomy class, and he was the chairman of the department. But he said he and I discussed UFOs on a number of occasions, and he always seemed interested in what we were talking about, but never followed up on anything to any great level. But he also suggested to me that an awful lot of the scientific community, his fellow astronomers who were not as well established as he was, would be very hesitant to suggest anything, that they'd seen anything anomalous, because they would lose their stature as objective, rational scientists.
Fear. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Where are you?
This is Craig in New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
And with the exception of a rumor regarding aliens activating Russian ICBMs, thus far your discussion has seemed limited to sightings in the U.S., and most ufologists seem to be in the U.S. I wondered if you could give kind of a global expose of this phenomenon.
Good question. Very good question. There is more of it here, it seems like, than elsewhere. What about that?
If you have access to the internet and some of the news groups, you find people from all over the world posting on them. A number of my books have been published in Germany, in Poland, Japan. So there is a high interest in UFOs around the world. A lot of sightings coming from South America. There was a massive wave, for example, in 1954 of South American sightings and French sightings. There's a huge community of ufologists in Italy. There was a big meeting of ufologists in Israel not too long ago.
Lee and Britt elders are down in Mexico City right now, where it has become so normal that people don't even pay attention.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it is clearly a worldwide phenomenon, and again, I think it's our own narrow view. I mean, we're interested in what's happening in our country, and of course the news media isn't interested in carrying UFO stories from around the world unless there's some kind of spectacular event that happens.
They don't even carry them when they're here, much less somewhere else. That's true. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
It's an honor to speak to you.
Thank you. Where are you?
I am Don in Vancouver, British Columbia.
Okay.
I sent you an email about 2 days ago. I'm wondering if you got it.
I'm sorry, I don't know. About what?
About the quickening happening in the Pacific Northwest and the Vancouver region and area. About how some of my visions, I see Vancouver and British Columbia still being here after this awakening. And I'm tuned to a station that is telling me and some of my collective people that I'm with that it's happening, and somehow it's situated that this area will be here. But my question, and nonetheless, do you know if there was any sort of streak of UFOs in 1996? I did hear of some of in Michigan, but as well in British Columbia area here, of rotating Nerf-like boomerang discs that pulsated.
Well, look, since you're in British Columbia, maybe you can help us out.
Sure.
Your CBC there and other media, do they report?
I would have to say that you do have another person that calls from Vancouver who I would like to say he's not too brilliant because he keeps going on about the same stupid electromagnetic magnets, but the people that do broadcast around here, I'd have to say, are pretty docile in the media, and they're not so restricted, so they're more likely to say something, and I have heard local radio stations have talked about it, had people call in. It's almost like a natural thing. It's not like you're on the west coast of Vancouver where everybody's known to smoke pot and drugs. It's not that kind of scene. It's more of a naturalist, more of a station that we're tuning into. It's almost crazy.
All right, so they do report on it.
They do.
All right. I suppose we ought to touch on this. I just wrote a book, Kevin. I'm sure you know. It's called The Quickening. And I think it conclusively proves that human events... Now, I have no idea if this relates to ufology. It may not at all. But human events in nearly every category are increasing in pace at an exponential rate, socially, economically, politically, geophysically, environmentally. You pick the category, and things appear to be speeding up. And maybe it's related in some way to ufology, and maybe it is not. There are a lot of people that hope that it is, that somebody's going to come along and save our butts from the sky at the last minute. What do you think?
That seems to be the idea that they're going to come and save us from the sky seems to be kind of a religious icon, if you will.
Just about.
That's what people have talked about for literally millennia. And now, instead of gods coming down to save us, it's going to be space aliens. I think we're capable of saving ourselves.
Well,
which is not to say events aren't quickening.
Oh, that's correct. I believe they are. And I also believe that there is no firm evidence that anybody's going to save our butts but ourselves, and I'm beginning to wonder about us. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi, Art?
Yes, where are you?
I'm in Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, Wyoming?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I was born in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Oh, you were?
Well, I figure when I visit there, I'm probably the only person in the town who was born in Cheyenne, but...
Yeah, my name's William.
Yes?
And I've got two questions for you.
Fire away.
Okay, the first question is, do you possibly believe, okay, now this might sound a little crazy, that we might have actually been aliens at one time? That travelers and that actually landed on Earth, and that we adapted to Earth.
In other words, are we the ancestors of what we consider ETs?
Yeah.
Kevin?
There have been suggestions that life on Earth was transplanted from other planets in other solar systems a long time ago. I think that we have been, and I say we, the human race has been on Earth long enough that we've evolved through various stages. I think the fossil record is very clear about that. Well, maybe I shouldn't say very clear because they keep changing what the fossil record says.
Yes,
but
they do.
It seems to be that there is good, solid evidence that we Homo sapiens, have been around for 4 or 5 million years now, which is not to say that sometime prior to that we couldn't have been transplanted to Earth. But it seems that life originated on Earth through a series of events that are not ET-driven.
All right, Kevin, hold on. We'll do another half hour with Kevin Randle. I'm Art Bell, and this is the CBC Radio Network. It is, and I want to remind the audience, tomorrow night, for the first time, NASA reacts in the personage of Don Savage, who is the Public Affairs Officer, the Office of Space Science, and Ray Villard, who is the Public Affairs Officer for the Hubble Space Sciences Institute, both apparently NASA taxpayer-funded organizations. They wrote me a 2-page letter after the last appearance of Richard Hoagland, and so they are obviously reacting. They would rather not, in fact, they said they would rather not, confront Mr. Hoagland on the air. I'm sad about that, but their reasoning was that we've had Mr. Hoagland on many times by himself, and they wanted the opportunity to present their information in the same manner, and I found that hard to refuse, so they will be here tomorrow night. And my guest right now is Kevin Randle, and we're going to get back to him in just a moment. And I've got a very, very, very good question for Kevin relating to the Security Act and the thing that most people say they are forced to sign, and that thing that prevents them from coming forward. Are you overweight? Would you like to lose an average 8 to 10 pounds? But those symptoms So call 1-800-249-6060. Again, 1-800-249-6060. All right. Kevin Randle is my guest, author of many books, History of UFO Crashes, and most recently, The Randle Report and others. By the way, where can people get The Randle Report?
Should be available in bookstores everywhere.
Everywhere, huh?
With any luck at all.
All right. Here's a question for you. When talking with someone who has worked at a place like Area 51 or other highly sensitive sites, there seems to be one common thread. The first thing the person says is, look, I signed a National Security Act and I could go to prison for even talking about what I did or saw. Is Kevin aware of anybody who has ever been put in prison or claims to have been put in prison because they violated that act?
In relation to UFOs, no. And I think most of the time there's a limit on how long you have to remain silent, and the longest I've heard is 15 years. That after they've been released from whatever service they were in, whatever they were doing, 15 years is the longest, and it's for people that dealt with extremely sensitive materials. Which is not to say that there aren't people who, in special circumstances, aren't obligated to keep the secret for a much longer period of time, but standard it's 7 years or 10 years or 12 years is pretty standard, especially with dealing with classified top secret material, because the stuff frankly is perishable. I mean, after the argument against, for example, an experimental aircraft crashing at Roswell, what could we possibly been experimenting with in 1947 that is not going to be seriously outclassed by the latest generation of military aircraft?
Well, they claimed it was a balloon train designed to look for Russian nuclear testing.
And one hell of a flying balloon train, too. Of course, there's no documentation to prove that. There's no evidence of it, and nobody saw it, but that's okay. We'll buy that one anyway.
All right. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi. Good evening, Art.
Good evening. Where are you, please?
Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
All right. Yell into that phone for us. You're not too loud.
Okay, my question for Kevin is, he wrote a book called The October Scenario, and unless I'm not understanding the book properly, it seemed at the time that he was arguing the case that the only valid saucer sightings were those, or the only occupant encounters that were valid were those that took place in October of 1973. Yet to hear him tonight, he seems to be singing a different song altogether. Does he have any comment? Could he elaborate on what his mindset was at the time and how it has changed?
All right.
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. When I wrote the October Scenario, the idea that I had was we had been so busy arguing about the reality of the phenomenon when it really happened to us in October of 1973. We were so busy with the reality that we didn't take time to see what was actually going on. Since I wrote that book, I have continued my investigations and have been presented with evidence that persuaded me that there were other very valid UFO sightings, Roswell, of course, being the granddaddy of them all. And so when people present me with that book now and say, well, can you give me an autograph? I normally write into it, very good information, but the theory is badly flawed. So the theory has been disproven. So you ignore the few pages that deal with the theory about only October of 1973 being a valid UFO sightings and take a look at the information that is presented in the other arenas. So that's a theory that I had developed, and it just didn't pan out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Kevin, I'm going to have two NASA guys here tomorrow night. Pretty unusual opportunity. They're both public affairs kind of guys, respectively. But if you could ask either one of them or NASA itself a question, what would you ask?
Oh, gee. There's so many things that spring to mind immediately. I think I would try to pin them down on the stories of astronaut sightings of UFOs. Are those stories suppressed?
Mm-hmm. All right, well, if you or anybody else would like to submit a list of questions that you think would be fun to ask when you actually have NASA right here, feel free to do so. Fax them to me. I'll ask them.
Okay. I can do that.
It is an unusual opportunity. I would really have preferred to have Richard Hoagland or yourself or somebody of your stature here to ask them questions. They don't want to do that. I have to respect that.
Well, I can kind of understand where they're coming from, too, because you do offer us an opportunity to kind of go at them without them having a chance to respond to
That's right. And
during that program. So it's only fair that they get a program to themselves.
I agree. I found that a very compelling argument. Richard was kind of upset about it.
I bet he would have loved to confront those guys.
Of course he would. Of course he would. And I understand that, but it is a compelling argument, and I do give people their own time here, so maybe we can give them their time and then have them back and perhaps have some form of debate at that point. But if you have any questions, get them to me, and I promise you I will ask. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
My name is Richard.
Where are you?
I'm calling from L.A. I'm down here in business, but I heard Mr. Randle talking about a letter that he received from Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Hibbler, and I'm a retired Air Force person and happen to know two people whose last name is Hibbler that are possibly lieutenant colonels right now in the Air Force. One works for the National Security Agency, and the other works for the OSI.
Well, let's see if they're the same person. What are their first names?
His name was Hippler.
Hippler.
H-I-B-L-E-R?
H-I-P-P-L-E-R.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
And he was a lieutenant colonel in 1967.
Okay. Yeah, the two people I'm referring to are named Hibbler. They're both psychologists. One works for the National Security Agency. The other works for the Office of Special Investigations.
Okay, but they're obviously not the same.
No, they're not the same person. I just thought maybe that's what it was.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good shot. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Kevin about what he thinks about the Bentwater incident. And I also think if NASA would confront Richard, he'd be better than upcoming Tyson and Holyfield fight.
It would be, but I really found their argument compelling, and I really couldn't say no, and I hope you understand.
I understand that, Art. I'm just so glad you finally got him to respond.
Where are you, sir?
It's great to hear them both talk.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Where are you?
I'm calling about 100 miles west of Memphis, Tennessee.
All right.
Well, I think one of the things before I answer the question we need to point out is that we are getting these government agencies that had ignored us to this point to actually respond to us. And I think again of the Air Force report in September of 1995 where they came out with their cockamamie Project Mogul explanation. But what is more important than that is why does the Air Force suddenly feel compelled to respond to a bunch of UFO nuts? If there's nothing to the Roswell case, what do they care what we think?
Well, they are a publicly funded agency. NASA is. And so they do, when they begin to get enough faxes and enough feedback, they begin to care.
And that's the point. We can force them to respond to us by keeping the pressure up.
There seems as much documentation on the Bentwater as there is Roswell.
All right, let's ask him. It's really true. What about Bentwaters?
Bentwaters, I think, is a very, very important case. We have an Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, for example, sending a letter to the Ministry of Defense in Great Britain talking about the events.
Right.
We have physical evidence left on the ground. We have some very highly credible people telling a story of what happened to them at Bentwaters. I think it's a highly significant case, and that it should be pursued. And what most people don't know is there was a case that took place in 1956 from the Bentwaters area, a radar case that has been pretty well ignored in the UFO literature.
There's also a case in Michigan, a radar case. You know about that?
There's a large number of radar cases.
I actually had the audio of that. It was incredibly compelling. I've still got it somewhere.
And see, that's the thing. Arthur C. Clarke, for example, on his program Mysterious Universe, whatever the name of it is, said at one point that he was inclined not to believe in UFOs because there were no radar cases. And my response has always been, first of all, even if there were no radar cases, doesn't our stealth technology render that argument obsolete? But secondly, there are some very, very compelling radar cases that suggest the objects, multiple sites, multiple radar sites, multiple witnesses, aircraft intercepts of these things in a single incident. That's extremely important. And I think Bentwaters, it ranks right up there as one of the important cases because of the credibility of witnesses such as Colonel Halt.
Top 3, top 5?
Oh, I think it's clearly in the top 10.
All right.
Hint, hint.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Okay, am I on, Art?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good evening, Art and Kevin. I can tell you this, Kevin, that I've been on 2 black programs, and they were 7 years was the debriefing on it. But I had a question for you, and it was a fax I had sent to Art. But anyway, the question is, have you ever run across, I think it was a Major Kehoe, K-E-H-O-E. You aware who he is?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, well, I think that, I just wondered if you had any, in other words, you could validate his efforts or whatever.
Right,
I think he'd be a great guest.
All right, who is Major Kehoe?
He was the head of the Project Blue Book. He was assigned there either in late 50s or...
No, he was not the head of Blue Book. He was the head of NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena.
Well, I was considered a Blue Book. But anyway, I read some of the writings, and I really never got too much off of it because I could get other information that was much better than what I got out of Project Blue Book and so forth.
If Art Bell could get Major Kehoe on his program, it would be a real coup because the man's been dead for a number of years.
Oh.
Well, on this program, you never ruled that out.
But ask that question.
Oh,
Lord.
Well, Major Kehoe worked with Lindbergh at one point, flew chase planes for Lindbergh.
Okay.
And he's been around forever, and he did an awful lot to bring forward the hidden cases from the Pentagon and suggest that things in the UFO field, Project Blue Book, for example, were not what the public was being led to believe, and exposed quite a bit of the cover-up himself.
Well, maybe you know some of his associates or something that Art could interview. We have to have a live one, though.
Well, not necessarily. Major Kehoe, calm down. Kevin Randle wants to speak to you. Never rule it out.
I spoke to Kehoe twice.
You did?
Met him in person once and spoke to him on the telephone one time 20 years ago. When his career was in the decline. And a number of the people from NICAP are still around. Dick Hall, for example, the Fund for UFO Research, is still out running around loose in Maryland or Virginia.
Who would you pick to interview since Major Kehoe seems more or less unavailable?
If you're looking for someone from that era, we've lost an awful lot of those people. I mean,
yes.
The Lorenzens would have been good, although they hid some information that they should have shared with the public. Dick Hall might be an interesting guest, although he was from that era and worked with those people at NICAP, so he might be a very interesting guest.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm not sure he can do 3 hours.
Well, Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle, who can do 3 hours. Hello.
Yes, it's Frank in Seattle.
Hello, Frank.
Hi, how you doing? Listen, I communicated to NASA myself the other day, and I got a response back from...
and I bet they sent a copy of the letter that they sent to me.
Well, they may have sent something like that, but I've got it from Doug Isbell, who was the person they contacted as a NASA spokesman in the Orlando Sentinel.
Yes.
And he wrote back to me that NASA is not canceling any plans to explore Europa.
Well... it's not technically accurate. They did not approve 2 proposals to go to Europa. They, quote, did not make the cut. And I have that from Don Savage, who's going to be with us tomorrow night. Those were his words. They did not make the cut.
So these might be some questions to ask him in regards to this, because I've got this quote from Doug Isabel that says exactly, NASA is not canceling any plans.
Yeah, it's a matter... Yeah, but, sir, I'm telling you, it's a matter of phraseology, the way they put it. It didn't... The proposals didn't make the cut. We'll have Don Savage here tomorrow night, the man who said that, okay?
Okay.
From NASA, so we don't have to wonder about that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
I am in Yorba Linda, California.
Yorba Linda, all right.
My question is, do we know anything about the Aurora, the hypersonic reconnaissance aircraft?
Whether it's real or not?
Yeah.
Good question, Kevin, and let's hold that into a bigger question. The Aurora and other aircraft that appeared to be producing great big sonic booms that come cascading in off the Pacific and go kaboom in San Diego and Southern California.
Well, I think according to the United States Air Force, there is no Aurora program.
Yeah, well, there's according to the United States Air Force, there's also no Area 51.
Well, and I've been out there and I've never seen Area 51, so.
Well, yeah, but you know what? I live in Pahrump, Nevada, and I tell this story because it's true. Any morning about 4:30, you want to go down by our VFW here in Pahrump. There will be several buses sitting out there, and right on the very side of them, it will say Area 51. And they are there waiting to take employees to the non-existent Area 51.
There you go.
Every morning.
I think we are developing the next generation of military aircraft, and I'm not sure exactly what the capabilities are, and if it's not Aurora, if they've changed the code name on it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. They've merely changed the code name, and that's one of the things that the Air Force did with their UFO investigation. They said, well, we had Project Sign. We closed it down. It doesn't exist anymore, and all they do is change the name to Project Grudge. Then they announced that Project Grudge had been closed down, and all they'd done was change the name to Project Blue Book.
I never liked that name, Grudge.
I think it was they just picked it on a list. They have a list of code names that they can use, and it was the next one up. But I guess.
But they're a political group too. I mean, they've got to know that Grudge sounds bad.
And then Blue Book was closed down, and they said we don't investigate UFOs anymore, and this is an absolutely ridiculous thing. And we can prove Project Moondust, for example, had as part of its mission an investigation of UFOs. We can prove that through the documentation.
Project Moondust, interesting name. What was that?
Moondust was put together to recover returning space debris of foreign manufacture or unknown origin. And, of course, unknown origin could refer to UFOs, but documentation recovered that says Project Moondust clearly dealt with UFOs. So while they might not only be picking up Soviet satellites that fell somewhere, and not necessarily in the United States, but anywhere in the world, they also, part of the mission could be recovering alien technology, and their UFO mission is well documented now through Freedom of Information documents that have come through the State Department, things like that.
We had a bunch of very interesting revelations that came one after the other. The microbial life on the Mars rock, in the Mars rock, the water on the moon that we discovered with SDI technology, and then, of course, NASA up on Nightline. This is where they're going to have a hard time jumping up and down about the pictures that they've got from Europa, where they believe there is a high probability that there could be life. I mean, they were just on Nightline jumping up and down about it.
Well, what's interesting also, if you go back to the SETI program and Frank Drake's equation about is there life on other planets in the solar in the galaxy, in our galaxy?
Yes.
And it had always been, we had to postulate the fact there were planets around other stars. We didn't know this for a fact. We guessed there were because we didn't think the solar system was unique. And we had to guess about the possibility of life developing wherever it was able to develop. And that, again, was a guess. And so what's happened in the last year, we've discovered planets around other stars in our neck of the galaxy, which suggests that there are literally trillions of planets out there. And the fact that if life developed on Mars as well as on Earth, then that suggests that life will develop on any planet that is capable of supporting it. So the idea that there is intelligent life on other planets is leaped forward, I think, immensely in the last year.
So do I. And I wonder what's behind it. All right, listen, we are at the end of the hour, and I can offer you two possibilities. One, you can go to sleep now, or two, you can stay for another hour. Your choice.
I'd be delighted to stay for another hour if you'd like.
All right, I would like. So sit right there, and we'll be back to you. Got a pretty good break here. It is the top of the hour. I'm Art Bell. I think we've got about one or two openings in our cruise situations. We're going to Alaska August 23rd, then we're going to Egypt and elsewhere October 1st. If you're interested in coming along, call 1-800-633-2732. That's 1-800-633-2732. We'll be right back.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wild card line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. You are going to send your mother flowers on Mother's Day, aren't you? Just about everybody does. Always. Magic number to call in the morning at 7:30 Pacific time is 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. The C. Crane Company. Now, don't say I did not give you warning. Tomorrow night, NASA is going to be here. 2 NASA people, as a matter of fact. One, Don Savage. He comes from the Office of Space Science. And Ray Villard, who comes from the Hubble Space Sciences Institute. So, if you have specific questions that you would like me to ask, fax them to me sometime between now and tomorrow night's show, or email them. If you want to email, it's artbell@aol.com. That's artbell@aol.com. If you want to fax them, it's area code 702-727-8499. 702-727-8499. Back now to Kevin Randle. Kevin, are you there?
I certainly am.
Good. Well, you're holding up rather well, I must say.
Thank you.
Let's try the phones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Hey, Kevin Randle, this is Joseph from L.A.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Hey, how's the other side of the parallel universe look to you? Is it somewhat obscure over there?
All right. Well, I don't know what that means, but Kevin, it is a good question regarding where these things come from. Is it in your mind equally possible that instead of coming from another place through space, as we imagine transit at the speed of light or even greater, or is it equally possible they come from another parallel dimension of some sort?
My personal belief is it's more likely they are from another planet in our dimension, in our galaxy. I think it is less plausible, less likely that they are interdimensional. I think it's less likely that they might be time travelers from our future. It just seems to me the evidence seems to suggest they are from our dimension outside of our solar system. But these other answers, until we have a final explanation for what UFOs are,
can't be ruled out?
Can't be ruled out. They're just not as likely as the extraterrestrial hypothesis.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it likely there are dimensions that we will eventually discover that we're not aware of now?
That's one I really don't know. I can see the possibility, and as a big fan of science fiction, I've actually written science fiction novels, things like that. We postulate a lot of things in science fiction. Science fiction supposedly is predicated upon our science, and we just move it to the next level.
Projection.
And we're always talking in science fiction about interdimensional travel or parallel universes or things of that nature. But I don't know if that is reality. I just don't see that really as being reality. But there's always that possibility, I guess, out there.
All right. Well, one thing we know there is time. We don't understand much of the nature of it. People speculate it could be man's invention, that there really is no time other than that which we manage to discern and tick off by planets planets going around suns and counting the time, that we need some way to count it all.
And of course, Einstein postulated a method of time travel, but it only moves us into the future, not moving us into the past. Unless, of course, you can go far enough into the future that you end up in the past. And so there's all sorts of speculations that go on out there.
A grand circle, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. That if you go far enough in a straight line from the Earth, you'll eventually come back to the Earth.
Well, if you look at what conventional science says about the Big Bang, it seems to look out about 15 billion years and say the objects that we can see, as far as we can see, it's about 15 billion years. and that the Big Bang all began from one central point and began throwing objects in an outward direction. And the most distant we can see is about 15 billion years out. Well, a really good question is what's beyond that?
And I think if we could see, then there would be objects behind that, because every time we've limited ourselves on how far we can see out from the Earth, new technology pushes that limit back. Because I seem to remember 25 years ago reading something that we could see about 6 billion years out, and now it's 15 billion years, and the Hubble is pushing that back even further. So, who knows?
All right, well then what is that going to do to the whole Big Bang theory? Does it mean there was more than one Big Bang, that there is something beyond? I mean, you have to imagine there is something beyond that 15 billion light-year mark.
And let's say we could see beyond that to 20 billion light years. Well, does that mean there's something beyond that? And then we start talking about the concept of infinity, which often boggles our minds.
Indeed, mine included. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Yes, I got two things. Number one, this morning between 5 minutes and 6 minutes past 1 on CBS Radio,
yes,
they was reporting something about the Roswell 50th anniversary.
Yes.
The government claims what crashed in Roswell was a top secret balloon.
Yeah, balloon train they call it. Yeah,
well, it was actually the balloon itself was not top secret. The project it was assigned to was top secret. What the government and the Air Force has done very carefully is suggest there was something special about these balloons, when in fact there weren't. They were regular weather balloons and ray-wind targets, easily identifiable. In fact, they were of such little intelligence value that 2 days after the Roswell event was announced in the newspaper in Roswell, newspapers around the country carried pictures of one of those balloon trains, and a ladder in one of the pictures. Charles Moore, who was one of the project members, told me that they bought that ladder from petty cash, so it was of such little intelligence value that we got photographs published in the newspapers 2 days after the event.
I've got one other thing, and I'll let you go.
Surely.
There was a radio talk show I was listening to in 1979 on WLWL. In Cincinnati, was an open forum.
Right.
And the gentleman called in and said in the early 1970s at a drive-in theater, I don't know if this was on a Friday or Saturday night, but there was approximately 200 people there, and this flying saucer just all of a sudden appeared out of nowhere and was flying all over the place, like it'd go down a block and it'd fly back, and it'd go back down 2 blocks and fly back for 30 minutes. Was you ever aware of this incident?
Not that one specifically, but I've heard similar things of UFO made an appearance over a football game and 80,000 people saw it.
80,000?
80,000 people saw this thing. And so the Air Force and the government would have us believe that UFO sightings are very rare and very few people see them, and the less education you have, the less sophistication you have, the more likely you are to see flying saucers, and the evidence just doesn't bear that out.
Very interesting. You would not imagine, no matter what these things are, that it would relate in any way at all to educational level, except perhaps as the likelihood of reporting it might.
Well, I think what they're suggesting there is that the more education you have, the more likely you will be able to identify the object as being astronomical or weather related or maybe an aircraft. I think that's what they're suggesting, so it's the unsophisticated people that see flying saucers because they don't know what's in the sky around them, and that's just not borne out. In fact, the Air Force had a habit, if you saw a flying saucer on more than one occasion, they usually wrote it off as a psychological problem because you clearly weren't smart enough to identify things, and seeing a flying saucer was such a rare event. You'd only seen one on one occasion. You only have one opportunity. And of course, Clyde Tombaugh, as I said, who discovered Pluto, had seen UFOs on 2 separate occasions. So that means he's an unreliable observer, even though he discovered the planet Pluto.
So Pluto must not be there?
Well, I think we now have good scientific evidence that Pluto is in fact there, although I heard it's a real Mickey Mouse planet.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hi.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Chicago.
Chicago, okay.
Didn't you have somebody who had just written a book at one time, Art, who mentioned the fact that Menzel was a government agent, I believe?
That who was?
Menzel from Harvard. Well, I know I read that. I know I did read that because I remember.
Well, actually, if you go back, Thornton Page and Carl Sagan did a book. They had arranged a symposium at an AIAA meeting about UFOs, and in the course of Menzel's lecture, he mentioned that he had been, of course, working for the government in a decrypting capability during the Second World War, and I don't find that particularly heinous. I mean, anybody who was any kind of scientific capability in the Second World War, I think, contributed to our effort to win the war.
All right, I
remember hearing the person who wrote this book say that he went to the home of Menzel after he was dead, introduced himself to the guy's wife, said he was writing a book and he wanted to include him. And she was very flattered and allowed him to delve into personal papers, and there in the papers he found this one paper which identified him as having been hired by the government, so to speak, to debunk UFOs.
I don't think any evidence surfaced that he was actually hired by the government to debunk UFOs, although he did do that. And if you go back and you take a look at the Project Blue Book files, although he's never listed as one of the consultants, you see throughout the Project Blue Book files Menzel's handiwork. In fact, the Project Blue Book files as they are now, they've expunged all the names of the witnesses, and there's a letter, and the letterhead says Harvard Observatory, and of course the name of the author has been blanked out, and the signature's been blanked out, but at the bottom it says DHM, which is Donald H. Menzel, which it's clearly Menzel writing this letter explaining some UFO case. So he had an active role in debunking UFOs for the government, but I think it was more, as we talked about, I think in the last hour, it was just something that he felt compelled to do, that he just didn't want anybody to believe in UFOs. I even have a letter from Menzel where he suggests that people who see UFOs or claim to see UFOs are just damn liars.
Well, I do remember definitely the person who wrote the book being interviewed said this. As far as people working at observatories, I met somebody here in Chicago in 1969, a young man approximately 30 years old who was working full-time, going to college at night. And we got into a conversation about UFOs at a time when you couldn't talk openly about it without being ridiculed. So he told me privately, after becoming sure that I was a believer in UFOs, that his father, and he asked me not to repeat it at that time, that his father had worked at Palomar for many years and had seen UFOs on many occasions.
Well, I would think astronomers are probably, I don't want to report one of those, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Art. I think that a lot of times if you report something like that, then your colleagues begin to laugh at you, even though privately. And that's something else. I found that if you sit down with people one-on-one and you talk about them, they're much more likely to express a belief in UFOs than if you get them in a large group where other people can laugh at them.
Or on a radio program like this. Kevin, what the press, the media, and possibly the government does to ufology is bad enough. But when you're in any discussion about ufology in general, I think you can't avoid a question like the one I'm about to ask you. It seems to me the community does to itself at least or more than is done to it from the outside. I mean, you've got ufologists calling each other CIA plants, disinformation agents. There's very little agreement. There's a whole lot of infighting going on. Has that lessened, or is it still going on?
I think it's not only still going on, it's probably increased. And I've always said the standard of success in the UFO community is when you get labeled a government agent. You know you've arrived when people feel enough venom against you to call you a government agent.
Right. Well, in that case, then I've made it. I've been called, and you know how I began to deal with it? People would call up and they'd say, "You're CIA, aren't you?" And I just I began to say, "Sure, so what?" And they go, "Okay, thank you, goodbye." I gave up on it.
And the problem also in the UFO field is I think Whitley Strieber has said it, that we tend to eat our young.
Yes.
And he is absolutely correct. I think there's no problem with disagreeing with one another if for example, Stan Friedman and I disagree on some aspects of the Roswell case, for example. I don't think there's a problem with us disagreeing about that because we agree on the basic premise that there was some kind of an extraterrestrial event.
Yes.
But if we degenerate into calling each other names, well, you cannot trust Kevin Randle because he writes fiction, for example. First of all, the fact that I have actually written science fiction is completely and totally irrelevant, and why would my day job disqualify me from UFO research when no one else's day job seems to disqualify him? That is not right, and we do an awful lot of that in the UFO community, calling each other names, and that hurts us. The Air Force in their report in 1995 made a big deal out of the fact that the ufologists couldn't agree on the exact date of the crash. Well, first of all, we don't have the documentation the Air Force has. But second of all, we agreed that it was the first week in July of 1947. So if the Air Force is suggesting that there's this big disagreement over the date and somehow this...
As if to suggest that if we could just get the date right, why they'd admit it?
Yeah, exactly. Or that somehow that we've created this big problem for us because there's no agreement on the date. How can they possibly research their files and find anything? Well, geez, we agree on it happening somewhere between the 2nd of July and the 5th of July, the crash taking place. This does not seem to me to present a big, major problem. And if we had access to the files and the FOIA request that we filed, then we could answer that question specifically. But the fact we don't agree on the precise date is really irrelevant.
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Kevin Randle. Hello.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm calling from Roswell.
Roswell. Speaking of.
Now, would that be Roswell, New Mexico, or Roswell, Georgia?
That would be New Mexico, Kevin.
Oh, well, good for you.
You know Clifford Stone, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, he's the one that wrote the original article on moondust, right?
He is the one actually that turned me on to moondust, and he went to a great deal of effort to explain to me what Project Moondust was, and I was ignoring that because I was more interested in what was going on with Roswell, but he was the one that alerted me to Project Moondust. Yes.
I'm curious, how do you people in Roswell feel about all this attention on this subject?
Well, I could only speak for myself. It's half good, half bad. I mean, you go around other cities and people ask you where you're from, and they associate you with aliens.
And you say Roswell, and they say ETs, yeah.
That's
I can actually go you one better than that. I was sending a letter to Jesse Marcel Jr., and I went to the local post office to post it. And the woman working behind the counter said, "Is this the guy that saw the flying saucer?" I said, "Well, yes, it actually is. Do you know him?" "Yes, I actually do."
I have a short story for you guys real quick.
All right.
A friend of mine went into a local health food store a couple of weeks ago, and he said he saw this lady pull up behind him with Texas license plates. Well, he got out, went inside the store. The lady got out, followed him in, and while my friend was looking around for whatever he wanted to buy, he heard the lady go up to the lady at the cash register say, where's the best place to see aliens? So, you know.
In Roswell there?
Yeah.
Well, the best place.
Misconception.
Well, believe me, we
little green men running around here all the time.
I hear you. I live in Pahrump, adjacent to, or not far from Area 51, and we get the same questions all the time, and there are some good answers to it, by the way. All right. Listen, Kevin, we're at the bottom of the hour. Hang tight. We'll be right back to you. My guest is Kevin Randle, the subject, ufology. I'm Art Bell, and this, of course, is CBC. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, and welcome to another edition of the radio program heard from the Hawaiian and Tahitian island chains in the west all the way east to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Great to be with you, and I have got something very special for you tonight. His name is Rodney Barker, and he is authored of... well, let me tell you, Sunday on Dreamland, Linda Moulton Howe interviewed Rodney Barker. His book is called And the Waters Turned to Blood. I repeat, And the Waters Turned to Blood. It's not fiction. It's real. It involves something going on off the coast of North Carolina, and maybe way beyond that. something changing in our ocean. It'll scare the hell out of you. It did me. And when Linda Moulton Howe finished her report on Dreamland Sunday, I said, oh, my God, I've got to get this guy on the air. And so he's going to be on the air here in a few minutes. I've got a couple of things I've got to take care of. For example, pleasurable duties like welcoming new affiliates, KEELAM, in Shreveport, Louisiana. A biggie, 5 kilowatts, non-directional, regional on 710. Welcome in Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm telling you, you are in for quite a ride, folks. This is a very different kind of radio program, as you will find out. Welcome to KHJJ AM 1380 in Lancaster, California. Great to have you on board, and that fills in a nice little hole there in Lancaster. And welcome to KAAA. Now, these are people who, when they picked their call letters, wanted to be in front of the phone book, I think. No, that wouldn't get you there. You're still a K. Anyway, KAAA in Kingman, Arizona, 1300 on the AM dial. Welcome. All right, my other big announcement is today is the release date for my book. It is called The Quickening. It's hardcover only. It's big. It's 336 pages. It is probably, everybody tells me never say never. It's the definitive work that I will ever do on this subject, certainly. I think it may be the best work ever done on a subject of this sort, but that's my, big-headed view. Today is the release date. Now, they were absolutely mobbed beyond redemption today already with people wanting to order the book. So I'm going to give you some advice with what I'm going to tell you. The Quickening is just an absolutely beautiful book. To give you an idea, Daniel Brinkley said, a vast amount of information and research is in this book. The Quickening will help you either control your destiny or be swept away by it. Daniel Brinkley. Brad Steiger said, prepare to be enlightened and frightened. Art Bell astutely illuminates the challenges and promises of the 21st century. Whitley Strieber says, finally, someone has the guts and courage to just state it plainly. The world is blowing up in our faces. Wow, what a read, Whitley Strieber. So, it's out. I know a lot of you have been waiting a long time for it. I'm going to give out one number only, and I'm going to tell you that number is going to be in gridlock, and your best shot to get a copy of the... Oh, there is one more important thing. Until I can't handle it anymore, I'm going to be signing autographed copies. First edition autographed copies. Not as we did last time with stickers, but really signing it. So, all I can tell you is, if you want an autographed copy, order now. And I will let you know when it ends. In other words, when I've signed so much I can't sign anymore. And then there will be no more autographed copies. So if you want a first edition autographed copy, here's the number. I'm going to give it to you right now. You can try it, but the odds are pretty good you're not going to get through. Your best chance is after 8 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Time. After 8 a.m. Eastern Time, the Quickening is here. And by the way, it will ship immediately. You'll have it within 10 days. The number is 1-800-864-7991. That's 1-800-864-7991. Now, if you want to see what the book looks like, the cover of the book is on the website as of now at www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. And if you just want to send in a check, It's $24.95 plus $5 shipping and handling. It's just like my last book. I will give you an address. If you want to order by check or money order, the address is, are you ready? Paper Chase Press, 8175 South Virginia Street. That's 8175 South Virginia Street, Suite 850D. That's 850D as in Denmark. In Reno, Nevada. Reno, Nevada. Zip code 89511. 89511. As a matter of fact, they will ship it to you now in 5 to 10 working days. If you want priority shipping, they can even arrange that. And I'm not going to go into right now what the quickening is about, because tonight's show is part of it. And I will go into a more detailed trip here in the next hour about the book. Now, to Los Angeles and Rodney Barker. Rodney, are you there?
I am, Art.
Thank you for coming on the program with such short notice.
Well, I'm pleased to be here, and let me say congratulations. I think we both know the personal investment that goes into writing a book, and to be your guest on the publication date of your own book is an honor for me.
I equate it to giving birth. It's kind of like
as close as we can come to knowing that.
Yeah, as we'll ever know. That's right. So thank you. I'm very excited about it all, and I'm very excited about your book as well. It's called And the Waters Turn to Blood, and we're going to get to why that title in a moment. But first, tell me something about yourself. Who is Rodney Barker?
Well, thanks for asking. My home is Santa Fe, New Mexico, but I am a former newspaper editor, magazine writer, and nonfiction author of 4 books who really goes where my stories take me. And the first book took me to Japan. Second book set me in the Southwest. The third book took me to Moscow. And if you're interested, I can tell you how it led to my fourth book, which is And the Waters Turn to Blood.
Well, I am. I was in Moscow not long ago. It's a strange
It certainly is.
Anyway, you were what's the Moscow connection?
Well, my previous book was called Dancing with the Devil, and what I did was revisit the Marine spy scandal of the late 80s. When Marines were being seduced by KGB beauties and allowing them into the Moscow embassy.
Oh, yes.
And yet, after all the pronouncements by Cap Weinberger of this being this great breach in security, there was only one prosecution, and it was a fellow named Clayton Lonetree. There were some interesting sort of irregularities about that whole court-martial, and with the end of the Cold War, I thought, here's a tremendous research opportunity. So I went over to the old Soviet Union and actually almost put together my own operation. I hired some disgruntled ex-KGB people and to learn what happened over there on the Soviet side, how many secrets were compromised, and the whole sort of seduction of Westerners that was part of the sexual recruitment. Learned about that strategy and to meet the women who were involved in that, too.
You actually interviewed the women?
Mm-hmm.
Must not have. Was that a hard duty?
Well, yeah, I kept waiting for one of them to sort of run at me. No, it was interesting because certainly the KGB people I worked with, one of the strategies that I use in my investigative research art is to look for disgruntled ex-employees. And that can be true for anything. And, I mean, the people living on pensions over there with the KGB are disgruntled.
Oh, yes.
The women were extremely expendable. I mean, they were used on the service of the state at a certain time and have been dropped, and so they are disillusioned in a lot of ways. Some of them actually got involved in that because they were hoping that their seduction of Westerners would lead for a ticket out of the Soviet Union.
Well, listen, there's a lot of groups now in Russia, as I'm sure you're aware, that are inviting American men over to meet, marry, and take away Russian women.
That's right.
Big trade in that right now.
You bet, yeah.
I do remember the scandal you talked about, and I remember the networks showing a photograph of one particularly incredibly, strikingly beautiful Russian woman.
I believe her name was Violetta, and I got to learn about Violetta and her background and what it was like to grow up in that society. I became very close with her mother and sister. She was very guarded and wary, and she had what they look for when they are looking to recruit people to work for the security services over there, and it was described, interestingly enough, as Judas properties.
Judas properties. That's appropriate, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so anyway,
how that leads to this book is that there was a retired intelligence officer who was involved in that investigation who said to me, listen, when this book is done, I'd like you to come down and visit with me in North Carolina and go fishing. And he had a boat. And this was in the fall of 1995. In October, and I went down to North Carolina to go fishing, fully expecting to have an enjoyable fishing trip, and we canceled that because it was the end of a season of fish kills in which they say some 40 million fish were dying in the estuaries of North Carolina.
What? 40 million?
40 million over the course of that summer. And I didn't know much about this, and so instead of going...
I'm sorry to stop you, Rodney.
Yeah, sure.
40 million, when was that, please?
This was the summer of 1995.
95.
So we're talking just about a year and a half ago, coming up on almost 2 years ago.
I mean, that by itself should have been a world-class headline story. 40 million fish dying in the estuaries there in North Carolina. North Carolinians, prepare yourself. What you're going to hear is going to scare the hell out of you. But why wasn't that major world-class news in 95?
Well, actually, CNN covered it. A lot of the national media covered it. It was fragmentary. North Carolina, understandably, did not want to have a lot of publicity out on it. But it was reported. There have been fish kills in our coastal waters for quite some time, but certainly nothing like this before.
What was killing them?
Well, that was what I didn't know until I went over to a meeting instead of going fishing, and it was a meeting of state officials, and there were angry fishermen and crabbers, and there were some scientists there, and that's where I first learned about what has been called the cell from hell.
The cell from hell. The cell from hell. Good name when you hear, folks, what this thing is. Linda, when I listened to the interview yesterday, Linda said this cell is part animal, part plant. Is that true?
Well, actually, not exactly. It comes from the family called a dinoflagellate. And a dinoflagellate can be part plant, part animal. And in its animal form, it is responsible for things like the red tides we've heard about. As far as the animal form, there's been nothing before known like the creature that causes the kills in the North Carolina estuaries, again, which is not a plant, it is an animal.
It's an animal. It's an animal. Then what class of animal is this?
Well, it is a unique creature that lives in the sediment on the bottom of the estuaries that they believe has been around for millions of years, lying dormant, and has only been in the past few years that this thing has emerged and is releasing this incredible toxin. This thing is like the character a figure out of Alien. It's a shape-changing little organism that enlarges in size and releases a very, very powerful neurotoxin.
We are talking, are we not, about a microorganism?
We are. And yet, when you see pictures of it as it goes through its changes, it looks like something from outer space. It is almost like a science fiction story. As this little organism enlarges, goes through these different changes, and turns into a powerful, really mini sea monster.
May I ask this? Do you have microscopic photographs of this thing?
Yeah, there are pictures in the book. Not a lot of pictures, but there's a picture of the organism, not only as it's seen enlarged, but also, as we'll get to, I'm sure, a little later, feeding on human blood.
Feeding on human blood. All right, Rodney, so everybody knows your work is not fiction, and everything you're telling us is dead true fact. And actually, you wrote about the botanist, I guess, who discovered all this. Is that correct?
I certainly do. It's mainly told through her eyes. It's her story and her discovery. And it's been confirmed in prestigious scientific journals around the world.
All right. Stay right where you are, Rodney, and we'll be back to you. Rodney Barker and the waters turn to blood is my guest. Stand by, North Carolina.
This is the CBC Radio Network.
Now, back to Los Angeles and Rodney Barker. Rodney, all right. You said something just prior to the break about human blood. What does this new horrible little thing killing fish have to do with human blood?
Well, what happened, Art, is that the way this whole story evolved is that in North Carolina there was a mysterious mortality in the veterinary school with the fish pathologists, and something was killing the fish that they didn't know what, couldn't explain it. And the scientist there who was working with it finally gave up, and he turned for help to a female aquatic botanist named Dr. Joanne Burkholder. And this woman, over the next couple of years, identified what the killer was.
Where was she? Was she at a university?
Yeah,
or
North Carolina State University.
North Carolina State, okay.
And she discovered that there was this little organism that would live in the bottom of the tank, that would come up and release this powerful toxin that was killing fish, and then it would go back down. She, about 2 years after that, tracked it to the estuaries and found that was its natural setting. In the process of doing studies and experiments on it, she became ill, and her lab assistant began to sort of suffer from problems that were not immediately apparent. They were insidious the way they developed, and he began to manifest symptoms that the doctors thought was either premature Alzheimer's, multiple sclerosis, or Parkinson's syndrome, and they didn't realize that what it was is this organism, the toxin that it releases to kill fish, is a neurotoxin that gets airborne. It aerosolizes.
It gets airborne.
And they were breathing it and didn't know it, and it was having those chronic effects on them.
Of course, they were, I guess, investigating very concentrated...
Not really.
No?
She was hit by these strong cultures, but was over a period of time, it was more dilute cultures. And so there we have two examples where researchers, one exposed to it acutely, and then the other exposed to it over a period of time on more lower levels, both began to exhibit these kinds of symptoms.
Oh, my. Now, I've heard a million stories around the country about fish swimming in circles.
Yeah, I've heard more of those, too.
Is that related to this in any way?
It's really hard to know. I mean, I think that, this situation that our waters are continuing to be contaminated by a variety of sources, and that they are manifesting problems in wildlife that neurologically is something that's on the increase. It's hard for me to speak to the specific situations because I don't want to overspeak. I think the water needs to be analyzed. The scientists need to come in on this, but certainly it is ominous.
Here's from let's see, the Wilmington, Delaware Sunday News Journal. The headline is "Sores on Fish Baffle State Officials." It says state environmental officials are mystified by what is causing lesions and open sores that appear on fish that are now being harvested, and it's horrible, and even catfish, and they don't understand at all what it is. Now, this is all the way up in Delaware and Maryland.
Yeah. What you're talking about, this organism, the epicenter of the problem is clearly North Carolina, for reasons we can talk about. But this scientist has found this organism as far north as Delaware. It was responsible for wiping out an aquaculture facility in the Chesapeake Bay last summer. She's found it in all along the coast in South Carolina, Georgia, all the way around Florida, and all the way over to Mobile Bay, Alabama.
All right, the next obvious question before we investigate this further is, where the hell did this thing come from?
Yeah. Well, It's a story that I believe that, thematically you address in your book, Art. They believe the organism has probably been around for millions of years, lying dormant and benign in the bottoms of the coastal waters, and it was changing environmental conditions that brought it up. What happened is that over the past 30, 40 years in North Carolina, you've had rapid growth. You've had industrial growth, and you had the pesticides being put on the tobacco farms, and all that runoff has been going to the waters and washing down to the coastal areas. And it poised the system for one more big thing, and what happened is that North Carolina, seeing the writing on the wall about tobacco, courted the swine industry. And now North Carolina is number 2 behind Iowa in hog production, and they courted them with lax environmental laws, and the effluent from all that corporate hog farming has been going into the rivers, and what we're talking about is a toxic soup down there that has allowed this organism that was previously unknown to emerge and flourish and attack with a vengeance.
All right. Do we know for sure that it's been there for millions of years?
No, this has to be the theory right now, and there's also precedent for these organisms being transported around the world in a variety of ways. Ballast water in ships is one big one.
This is such a terribly serious story that I want to be very careful to delineate between what we know and what is theory.
I appreciate that, and I do too. Right now they have found it almost everywhere they've looked. Biologists, water biologists have asked for Dr. Burkholder to come and either teach them how to identify this organism, or they have sent her samples where they are having mysterious die-offs of fish that are unexplained by normal circumstances, and even physicians are contacting her where they are seeing mysterious medical syndromes that sound similar to the kind that those exposed to this organism are exhibiting.
All right. What are the human symptoms?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because that goes back to answering in a roundabout way about the human blood. What they're finding is that there are 4 routes of exposure where you can be personally affected by this organism. When it moves into its toxic stage and releases that toxin into the waters, it goes after fish, and clearly it's fish it's going after. That toxin, if you come into hand contact, dermal contact, not only can you develop the same kinds of sores that are turning up on the fish, but that toxin can get into your system. So if you go water skiing, or you go swimming, or you're a child going to one of the camps down there in North Carolina, you can be exposed to it in the water just by touching the water. The second way is if you have a cut and it gets into your bloodstream, this thing has a voracious appetite for human blood. Now,
appetite for human blood.
Yeah, now it does. The good news is that apparently it eats itself to death. That it will eat and eat until it dies. But that is another route of exposure. The third we talked about is aerosolization. They're finding that there are people down in those coastal areas who are exhibiting the same kinds of symptoms that the researchers in the lab unknowingly exhibited.
All right, and again, I would like to make it clear, you're talking about open sores that don't heal?
I'm talking about open sores that don't heal. I'm talking about cognitive impairment. I'll move into more of it. We're talking about immune system suppression.
Really?
We're talking into a whole... The very insidious thing about this organism is we don't fully understand all the health effects, and that is really disgraceful, because health officials were informed a number of years ago about the potential, and they have delayed investigating them. But let me say the fourth area of a possible infection for people. Infection is probably the poor word, but contamination has to do with seafood. This toxin can not only kill fish by boring holes in them and by paralyzing it, but it can contaminate seafood, and they haven't even done studies to be absolutely sure that a lot of the seafood coming out of North Carolina is not infected with this toxin.
So you mean not just fish, but other seafood that would be harvested in...
Shellfish. So we're talking finfish and shellfish being marketed nationally, coming out of North Carolina. Now, let me say, Art, because we don't want to scare people unnecessarily.
You're scaring me.
Yeah, I know. For the most part, if you cook fish, it neutralizes toxins, but not all toxins. And that was why it's so important for that fishing industry there to be able to say to people, listen, we will give you meaningful scientific reassurance that our fish is safe, And right now they can't do that.
Who knew about this agency-wise and how long ago?
Yeah, that's important because what this story chronicles, Art, is the discovery process by this very determined and brave young scientist, female scientist, and the struggles and frustrations she has as she tries to bring it to the attention of the environmental and health bureaucracies in North Carolina, who at first resisted her findings. I almost came to feel there's a scientific equation that discovery equals skepticism plus jealousy. I mean, they kept demanding more science. They kept demanding more information. They didn't believe her. They put her off. And then when they finally were just compelled by the sheer amount of evidence to say there was a problem, they funded some money, and it became part of a scandal in terms of where the money went and who got it. And so we have very few answers now that we didn't have 3 years ago when the legislature there appropriated over $500 million.
God, we're idiots.
I know.
We're such idiots. We are literally destroying our world, and we are protecting that destruction politically because of money.
I think there's two things here. I think that our agencies, our health agencies, are crisis-driven. They wait until there is a clear health problem. People are actually just rolling over and dying before they'll respond sometimes, I think.
It reminds me of the ozone thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got measurements by NASA and by everybody else who's in space of the depletion of the ozone. We know at what rate it's going, although, by the way, it is now speeding up. And by the way, ozone certainly can't be ruled out as the depleted ozone with the increased radiation, UV radiation, as something that might have keyed this as well.
Well, you're right, because we're talking about climate change as having an impact on this. I mean, a lot of sort of new and mysterious, phenomena is going to be occurring as a result of the changes we're bringing to our environment, plus climatical changes that we have absolutely no control over.
I've got a very great deal on the changing climate, and again, it's part of my, very much a part of my book, The Quickening. But I'll get back to that. This has my mind blown. I would like to hear from some people in North Carolina. We can do that. We're heard extensively in North Carolina, and I'm sure as a lot of people listen to this in North Carolina this morning, they're going, "Oh my God," or would you say they already know about it?
I just finished a week of touring in North Carolina, and it was on all the media. It was on TV and radio and print. I think a lot of them are familiar with it. I certainly would be glad to hear from any of the listeners, too, there. I mean, that state is in shock because from around the country, they've been getting calls from people who were planning their vacations there, who have friends who have retired there, or they wanted to retire there, or they were sending their kids to camp, and they want to know if it's safe. Now, clearly, not all of North Carolina faces this problem, but there are definitely sick rivers and estuaries and sounds there that are unhealthy places for people, particularly spring, summer, and fall.
Well, if the news has been big in North Carolina and reported widely, why in the hell hasn't it been reported nationally?
Well, now, Art, I'll tell you, I was on Good Morning America a week and a half ago. I debated with public health officials on CNN, so the word is getting out.
Well, no, wait, you debated with public health officials.
Yeah.
What was their side of it? What were
they came on and said that I was exaggerating the fear and that it was not as pronounced as I made it the case to be, and I refuted them with a letter that I'm looking at right now that they had not even been aware of. And that was that 110 physicians 3 weeks ago wrote to Vice President Al Gore saying that these are physicians from the coastal counties of North Carolina saying physicians are notoriously uninvolved politically. However, we are seeing medical syndromes we do not understand. We feel they are connected to the rivers and to this organism there, and they're asking on that national level Al Gore, because he has a history of being interested in environmental issues, to become involved in this issue.
110 physicians from North Carolina?
When I saw this letter and I went through the page after page of signatures, I was reminded of the first time I stood in front of the wall, the Vietnam Memorial, and looked at all those names.
Oh, my God. Well, Good Morning America's pretty good. CNN is pretty good. But, you know, until Dan Rather, Tom Brokaw, and company say it on the evening news with a big in-depth story, it doesn't sink in.
I know. Well, that's why I'm so glad to be on your show, because even the New York Times science section 2 weeks ago had an article about it. But this is getting out in a fragmentary way, and the opportunity to appear on shows like yours and reach a whole other audience is important.
I understand the economic impact for North Carolina of what you're saying, Rodney.
You bet.
I'm sure you do, too. But I guess we're not telling the people of North Carolina anything. Is there a campaign going on in North Carolina in some agencies, in your opinion, to keep this story minimized?
Well, you have a tough situation there because, I mean, tourism is a big industry.
Of course.
And so is the fishing industry, and they depend upon a clean and healthy environment. And while they privately have acknowledged to me, yeah, we got a problem and we should never have been in this situation, on the other hand, they don't want their immediate industry to be impacted.
Of course not.
So they're publicly going on the air and saying, listen, things are fine, come on down, don't worry about it. And then out there saying, well, yeah, I wish you could say that, but show us the scientific findings that can prove that, and let's have meaningful reassurance, not just optimistic proclamations.
Is there any way to make a determination about the speed of the spread of this?
I think you mean in North Carolina or up and down the coast around the country?
Well, or how it might spread, if it will spread, if it is spreading.
Well, let me say that the scientists have told us for quite some time that we can expect our coastal waters to be the breeding zones for these new and emerging harmful organisms if we continue to put population and pollution pressures on them. And if you look at our population migrations, it used to be from rural to urban. Now it's our coastal states that are increasing in population the most.
Yes.
So, I mean, it doesn't bode well for the future. Now, it may be this organism, and its scientific name, by the way, is Pfisteria piscicida.
Wait a minute. Are you there?
I am.
Pfisteria
piscicida is its scientific name. I mean, again, this scientist has found this wherever she's looked. It may be other organisms that are very similar to it, and that's why I'm in California, going to San Francisco and then Seattle, talking to other coastal areas here where they, too, are having what is called the fertilization of waters, changing the ecology and having new kinds of organisms emerging. So,
all right, I want to get this down. Pfisteria I've got. Give me the last one.
Piscicida. It's Latin for fish killer.
Cida. Okay, Piscicida.
Yeah. But it's clear that there are probably similar species lurking in the sediment all around the world, just awaiting the right environmental conditions to shift in their favor.
It's kind of like a bomb set to go off when it gets the right signal.
It certainly is. It's a ticking time bomb, and I mean, third world countries that don't have the kind of environmental controls that even we do are seeing these kinds of problems too. I mean, it's a global issue.
What has happened to this very brave biologist?
Well, she is withstanding some withering criticism from state agencies and fellow colleagues, but she has also generated a great deal of support and sympathy. And I happen to know that there are proposals now that are being made to the governor that she be elevated to a higher position than she is at the university, and she'd be able to devote full time and have financial resources to continuing the study of this organism and other dangerous organisms in the aquatic waters in areas of North Carolina.
Do we have time?
Well, let me tell you this. This organism likes warm weather. Its main season is spring, summer, and fall, and that is also the height of tourist season in North Carolina.
In other words, we're coming into that season right now.
Yeah. And if they have another summer like they had in '95, where another tens of millions of fish die, North Carolina is in real trouble.
All right. I'm going to restrict my line east of the Rockies to North Carolina is what I'm going to do. Stay put. You can rest for a few minutes, Rodney. If you're in North Carolina, Your number is 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. Everybody else, please hold off. This is such a giant magnitude story that we better do a little investigative reporting here back into the state of North Carolina where we are heard absolutely widely. So stay right where you are. There's more to come. This is CBC. Anyway, this book poured forth from me. I knew it was the right book for the right time. It absolutely is. It chronicles in every, and I mean chronicles as in documents, in every area of human endeavor, politically, socially, economically, our weather, our earth changes, an exponential quickening that's going on in our society. And when I say document, I mean document. This is a 336-page hardcover book available as of now. As of now. Now, I've got to put a couple of caveats in here because they're totally swamped and you're not going to be able to get through. The price of the book, by the way, is $24.95 plus $5 shipping and handling, just like my first book, The Art of Talk. And the waters turned to blood. I've got an article from Wilmington, Delaware, entitled Sores on Fish Baffle State Officials. I just got a story from Steve in Portland. You may have seen it earlier on CNN. Crawling in mass from the sea, they are piling up on shore, providing a bonanza for beachcombers, but a serious concern for fishermen. A, quote, red tide, end quote, of crayfish has accumulated on the shore 150 miles north of Cape Town, South Africa. And residents have arrived from far away to see the odd spectacle and carry away as much seafood as they can. The crayfish have been coming out of the water for the last 4 weeks. They're trying to escape a red tide caused by a type of phytoplankton, I can't pronounce that depletes oxygen levels in the sea. An estimated, get this, 1,000 tons of crayfish have walked out of the ocean so far, and marine experts are very worried, as are local fishermen, whose livelihood has suffered due to the crayfish exodus. In other words, they are committing suicide. They're just walking out of the sea, period. Now, whether or not that is related to what my guest is talking about in North Carolina remains to be seen. Rodney, we are joined at this hour by Los Angeles and San Francisco. So we're going to have to retrench a little bit. Are you there, Rodney?
I am, Art.
All right. Your book, again, is not fiction. Everybody needs to understand this is well documented. What you're about to hear is truth, not fiction. Agreed with that? Do you agree with that, Rodney?
Oh, absolutely.
I want to be very careful.
Absolutely.
All right. You have discovered, or that's not right.
Yeah.
You have written a story about a botanist who has discovered a new organism in North Carolina. Now, you just heard what I read about in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound the same?
Oh, it sounds very similar. In fact, before they discovered what this organism was that was causing marine animals to behave so strangely, they were having what they called crab walks in North Carolina waters, where crabs were climbing out of the water, trying to climb pilings and posts and going on shore to get out of the water like there was something harmful in there, and they just didn't know what it was.
And now we do know what it is.
And it sounds uncannily similar.
All right. This, again, it's called Pfisteria piscicida.
Piscicida, yeah. It's a microorganism that has lived in the sediment of the coastal waters of North Carolina, but it's been found all up and down the eastern seaboard and around over into the Gulf of Mexico. It attacks fish, with a powerful toxin that bores holes in them. It paralyzes them. It feeds on them. And it also is releasing toxins that appear to be having profound human health effects.
Human health effects, like, get this, folks, it feeds on human blood. Am I correct?
Yeah.
It produces open sores. We're talking about conditions in human beings now, not just fish. Mm-hmm. It is airborne. Is that correct?
Yes.
It affects cognitive brain ability, apparently, much as Alzheimer's does. It affects the immune system, suppresses the immune system in human beings. Is that an exaggeration?
No, it's not. In fact, when what they call it is, when they see what it does to fish, is fish AIDS, because it so suppresses their immune system, it makes them vulnerable to a whole range of opportunistic diseases. And there are those who have even wondered if people chronically exposed to it in the waters themselves are not suffering with a suppression of the immune system that makes them not dissimilar from HIV patients.
So in other words, you're saying that even swimming in those waters that are infested, as you talk about, in North Carolina and maybe elsewhere, if you had an open sore, it could get into your bloodstream and produce all of those symptoms.
Yeah.
The botanist who did the work on this herself got sick, and somebody else, you said, got sick.
Oh, in the laboratory they have had problems. 10 different researchers in 6 different labs have suffered from a range of symptoms similar to what we're talking about.
We're killing ourselves. We're out of our minds. All right. How many of the waterways in North Carolina would you estimate are affected?
Well, what we're talking about is primarily the Pamlico Sound, which is the large sound, the Albemarle and the Pamlico Sound, which are held in by the Outer Banks. And you have 3 main rivers that feed them, the Pamlico, the Neuse, and the New River, but it's also been found in the Cape Fear River. I mean, all those waters along that area seem to be the epicenter of the problem right now.
All right. From Greg in Seattle, Art, talk about a crisis of biblical proportions. This is the same organism that causes red tide poisoning in shellfish, ? Is it?
It is similar to the organism that causes red tide. The difference is the red tide dinoflagellate is what they call, is a plant. And this is similar, but it is an animal. It has the nutritional needs of an animal. So it is similar, but it is also different.
All right, it goes on. Would you ask your guest to clarify under what conditions this organism might adapt totally, for example, to fresh water, and what the potential is for massive blooming that might eventually affect drinking water?
Yeah, all good questions. It has exhibited a tolerance for absolute fresh water to absolute seawater, but it clearly prefers brackish water, which is a mix of fresh and seawater.
It can live in fresh water?
Yeah, it can live in it, but it seems to like the best a mixture of the salt and the fresh.
All right, now, the theory, ladies and gentlemen, is that this horrible thing has been waiting like a time bomb for millions of years in the water at the bottom. Is that
in the sediment.
In sediment, and that all of the pollution that we've been putting into our waters, particularly in North Carolina, has caused this thing to suddenly come alive.
Right.
Is that a...
No, yeah. Altered environmental conditions have allowed it to emerge in numbers and with a ferocity that was unknown before.
All right. I want to take a couple of calls as this story unwinds, and I realize a lot of you are new to it by about 5 or 10 minutes, but I want to take a couple of calls from near the area. So east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Good morning. This is Marty from Virginia Beach, Virginia. I have the Albemarle Sound to my back door and have been adjacent to it for over 39 years of my life. The old-timers can tell you some of the same things that have happened with fish kills years ago in regards to if we don't have a lot of rain, push a lot of sediments out and cycle the earth like it's supposed to be. I believe if you do some core samples, you'll find out that this parasite has been around for quite some time. It's just because of certain environmental aspects of runoff and things are probably expiring it to dominate more and come out, flourish it.
Caller, may I ask a question of you? How aware of this story were you there near North Carolina before tonight?
This has been something that comes up when we have a lot of hot weather, drought conditions. You'll get fish killed then. But when we have a lot of rain, a lot of runoff, the parasite's not a problem. It's a twofold problem. You've got people who are lobbyists that will poo-poo this if it comes up and say it's no big deal. But you also have environmentalists who'll make it sound like it's the end of the world type of a animal, and this is going to happen to us if we don't treat it. And that's the sad thing about it. It's an organism that's been in the Albemarle Sound. I'm sure if you do core samples and do better studies on it and make it sound like it's the wrath of God, it's just becoming a little bit more prevalent because of environmental reasons, dredging, runoff. Things that are making it may grow a little faster. Drought conditions, when the Albemarle Sound doesn't have a lot of rain,
all right,
the water is more...
all right, caller, I think we've got the picture. Rodney, how do you answer that? That sounds like somebody you would debate with or may have been debating with.
No, I think he's making a point. I think the perception for a lot of people down there as well, we've got this situation here, but, it isn't as bad as some people are making it out to be, and yet it's worse than some others are making it out to be. And what I did in this book that had not been done was to go out and to comprehensively bring the information that was available both from the scientific community and from the academic community, and then down to collecting stories from people mainly in the Pamlico Sound and the rivers that feed that to get from them. And I'm getting a much more complete picture.
All right, but
I also talk to the doctors in the area and doctors doing scientific studies, and all of that adds up to a much more informed and an alarming picture.
All right. You said there was a letter sent to Vice President Gore by 110 doctors in North Carolina, which essentially said what?
Well, I'm looking at it right now.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay, physicians are usually notoriously uninvolved in political or environmental issues. An environmental issue is now, however, threatening the people of our community in New Bern, North Carolina. As doctors, we feel the need to speak out as advocates of our patients to protect them from possible health risk, which in this case involves exposure to our coastal rivers. The pollution in our rivers has caused an overgrowth of several organisms, one known as Pfisteria, which has been implicated not only in fish kills, but in mammalian neurological dysfunction. And it goes on to call upon Dr. Al Gore to get involved and show a concern about this problem.
And that's 100 physicians
110
in North Carolina.
physicians signed this from 3 coastal counties.
Oh, my God. All right. Would you go swimming in those waters?
No.
Would you drink any of that water?
No.
Well, of course, it's salt water you would drink.
No,
anyway,
but they're talking about, because of the population expansion, of a thing called the global transport there, of using waters from the Neuse that is heavily polluted and treating it and turning it into drinking water.
How does it get? How do we know it's airborne?
Well, they could because of 2 things. One, in the laboratory, you had workers who were exposed to its toxins that came down with the same symptoms of people who come into contact with it. People out on the estuaries who've been exposed to these blooms have succumbed to the same series of symptoms. And in the laboratory test with rats, they're finding that they exhibit the same symptoms.
And a lot of people are calling this fish AIDS.
Fish AIDS. Because they have found that, it's hard to get human subjects to experiment upon. So, we're at that stage where we're getting an awful lot of circumstantial reports from a variety of people. We have the experience of researchers who didn't take proper precautions in the lab, but we're having to rely on other species. And that is fish, and that is the rats.
All right. What was determined? I remember when you were talking to Linda Moulton-Howe, she asked you something about they did an experiment with this animal and human blood. They put human blood, I guess, in a petri dish or something like that. And if you'll hold on after the bottom of the hour, we'll tell everybody what happened. And so if you think this is not a serious problem, I suggest you stick around for a moment. The book is, And the Waters Turned Blood. We will tell you how to get that. It's absolutely an incredible story, and everybody should know about it. Now, he's been on ABC's Good Morning America, and I believe CNN. But, until Brokaw says it, as you all know, it just isn't true. Sit back, listen, and decide for yourself. This is CBC. I'm afraid what we are discussing this morning is worse than science fiction. I wish it was science fiction. It's not. It's what's happening in our oceans, and while the people in the Carolinas apparently know about it, I'm afraid you may be finding out about it for the first time. There's something new, alive, part plant, part animal, or in this case animal, killing fish, in effect giving fish what's being called fish AIDS, sores that will not heal. Many other symptoms, if in a human being, and it's airborne, will cause cognitive difficulties, will cause immune system suppression, and it is airborne, and in a moment we're going to tell you what it does to human blood. My guest is Rodney Barker, and he wrote, "And the Waters Turned to Blood." And Art wishes this was science fiction. It is not. Give me, by the way, on my website right now, a link to the Charleston Post and Courier, which has an article entitled "Scientists Track the Phantom." The phantom you're about to hear about. All right, well, this may have nothing to do with anything, but Art, ABC News at the top of the hour, just ran a story that girls are developing sexually at an extremely young age in North Carolina. Report said doctors believe it is because of elevated levels of estrogen in diet. 50% of black and 15% of white girls are affected in North Carolina. Does that strike you as odd, Rodney?
Yeah, both yes and no. I think this is a theme in your book, Art, that, the world is going through, some revolutionary changes now because of what we've done to it. And, we've all known that, if we continue to put pressures on the environment around us, population and pollution pressures, that sooner or later limits will be reached and it'll come back to haunt us.
I think it's pushing back.
Yeah, and the question is, what does it look like? Will we recognize it, and how will we respond? And I think some of the things that your listeners are sending in tonight, some of the things that both you are concerned about and I am, are examples of the Earth striking back.
All right. Look, they took some of this animal, you're calling it,
yeah,
and did what with a petri dish with human blood?
What happened was, the news gets worse in terms of they still do not know the full range of human health effects here, because the toxins of this organism have not been characterized yet, and typically marine toxins are released in suites. That's suites. The brevetoxin that causes red tide, there are 6 different toxins there. They think there are at least this many here, and that means 6 different ways at least it can get you. 6 different manifestations. Some may target the liver, some the lungs, some the heart, some the central nervous system. So they still don't have all the answers in here. But what you're asking me about is something that they do know, and that is when the assistant to this Dr. Joanne Burkholder at North Carolina State, who discovered this organism, when he finally recovered his mental abilities, this is after 3 or 4 months of being out of the lab because he had inhaled its toxins, he came back into the lab one night, and he wanted to see if it affected human blood. And I go into this in the book. The dramatic incident is he goes in there and he takes a sample from his hand, he puts it under the microscope, puts it on a slide, he puts the water with this organism in it, and he watches this organism literally swarm around his blood cells like a vampire and suck all his blood cells of the internal contents. And they went from one blood cell to the next blood cell to the next until all were consumed.
Until all were consumed. Oh, my God. Again, this is so alarming to people that I want to be very sure that everybody understands that we're not just feeding them some sort of science fiction.
No.
What we're telling them about what's going on in North Carolina and apparently elsewhere is well documented. Now, I guess people are going to want to read your book, so how do they get your book?
Well, the book is available around the country. There was a big ad in the New York Times book review this weekend, it's widely distributed. But let me say, Art, one of the things that we have to be careful about is just overwhelming people with bad news. And I think that really what I tried to do in this book, too, is to present it in a somewhat inspiring context, and that is the struggle. And I can't say victory yet. That would be maybe the epilogue for the paperback of this female scientist to get authorities to be responsible to it, and what she goes through, and the struggle still is inspiring in a way that I hope can galvanize people, and rather than just depress them.
Well, I'm sitting here feeling sorry for the people of North Carolina because I realize the impact it's going to have on
They
them.
deserve better, and that's what I said there, and that's why I went there expecting a lot of hostility and antagonism, and I was continually, wherever I went, I was thanked by people to make me feel like I was speaking for a lot of the citizens in that state who are being unnecessarily victimized.
I'll tell you why that is, Rodney. It's because everybody knows it's true.
Yeah.
Everybody knows this is going on. They damn well know about it. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi. Oh, wait a minute, I didn't push the button. There we go. First-time caller line, now you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from the Midwest.
All right.
Okay. Just as an aside to your remark about the early sexual maturation of young women.
Yes.
There was a report done, I'd say about 94, 95. I've got a copy of it around somewhere here, that was done in England, right around in the Thames estuary, and they noticed a significant increase in the amount of deformed fish, primarily with dual sets of sexual organs. And the causal link between that type of deformity and the environmental impact of birth control pills that it entered into.
Linked to estrogen in some way, in other words.
Pardon me?
Linked in some way to estrogen as
Correct.
the story.
Exactly.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. So it's all over, basically. My question for Rodney is, what in particular, as far as the areas where these organisms are located, is this industrialized areas, agricultural areas? What type of runoff is this attributed to?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what they're finding is that it's a system that has been really inundated with variety of runoffs, agriculture, industrial, sewage treatment plants, and even what they call non-point sources. That would be acid deposition, runoffs from sewers, golf courses. But really what has tipped the balance is the swine industry. And it was courted by North Carolina that saw the writing on the wall with tobacco. And the way they treat hog influent is very primitive. They use hog lagoons there. And so it leaches into the water table, and the nitrogen and phosphorus, the nutrients that are in that hog waste, have really thrown the ecological balance over the brink. That's what makes it so difficult, because every time you point your finger at one sort of source of the problem, you got four fingers going in other directions. So all of it is contributing to it, and that's why they're having so much trouble getting people to clean up, because it is economically costly, and no one person can be pointed to as you're the source of the blame, and they're all contributing to it.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Alex, and I live about 25 minutes from North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
And I read, the USA Today every day. I read our local paper here, and I watch CNN and news, so I'm not media illiterate, but I haven't heard anything about this.
All right.
And I guess my question is, well, I guess first of all, I've heard the ABC report, too, about the girls
right.
maturing at 8. And
right. That may or may not have any relationship.
Well,
to
that's what I was saying. I didn't hear them say North Carolina in particular. They didn't mention that in the ABC news report that I heard, but anyway, my question is, with the hepatitis outbreak that everybody's hearing about with the strawberries and that kind of deal, that came from Mexico, right?
Right.
Which supposedly we're supposed to have stringent laws about things that come into the United States.
Somebody violated a law, by the way. It is against the law to import for distribution for that purpose. So there's going to be a lot of...
oh, okay.
There's going to be a whole lot of trouble for somebody over this, believe me.
Well, how I wanted to relate that was with this being from our own area, I mean, with, the North Carolina fishing industry and that, do you not think that, it would be very easy for us to ship around fish that is infected by this to...
Yeah, I see. That's a very good question. Rodney, what about the fish that are caught in North Carolina and sent all over the place for one reason or another?
Well, I met on Saturday night. I went down to Morehead City to meet with the North Carolina Fisheries Association, who were upset at the negative publicity that was coming out and the idea that it might impact their industry. And I'll have to say, I said to them, fellows, you should never have been put in a situation. When this organism was first identified and linked to fish kills in 1993, you should have demanded right there and then from your state tests to determine what toxin it releases, and is that toxin in the fish flesh? Is it in the seafood there that you're exporting to other states? If not, you're putting yourself in a legally precarious position. They have basically not had those studies done, so they do not have the scientific data to reassure people. Now, let me say, cooking fish for the most part neutralizes toxins, but not always, and the possibility that on microscopic levels these toxins are harbored in those fish flesh and are going out, if those studies come out later on and confirm that presence, I mean, there are going to be major lawsuits, and so they should have moved on this a long time ago, and that's not my fault, and that's not their fault either. That's the state bureaucracies that should be making those tests.
All right. Part of the book that I just wrote has to do with the weather changes. Mm-hmm. Let me read you what I just got. Art, as I sit here in Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, with the worst flooding in recent memory, a month and a half early, with a blizzard raging on at 30 degrees below zero wind chill in April, winds up to 60 miles per hour, with floodwaters, freezing cars, houses, and everything else that moves flat in its tracks, I can only come to the conclusion that it is the beginning of the geographic changes that so many guests have predicted. Now, will man be able to adapt and cope with these changes, or is it also the beginning of the life changes that are to come to bear? Is this the weather change that Ed Dames remotely viewed? What next? A volcano in Kansas or an earthquake in South Dakota? So we've had a year of this or more now, Rodney. Mm-hmm. The weather is clearly changing.
Yeah. You have some very eloquent listeners, Art. And as the weather changes and the climate impacts the environment, we can expect more strange phenomena. We can also expect new species to mutate that had not been previously toxic or harm for people. And we're only going to know about it when they start manifesting bizarre symptoms. And I see this organism is an example of that.
All right, and we should be clear that this new or old organism, this horrible thing that will kill fish and can it kill human beings?
Well, I mean, it does not kill them. The lethality is not directly related, where you can say, well, you're exposed to this, you take it into your system, you are going to die, other than the compromised immune system. We don't know what all it does, and that's what we shouldn't be in this position of ignorance, because this was brought to the attention of the health authorities, 3 years ago, and we still don't know answers, and they are still doing studies. All I know is everything we learn about it is disturbing. It gets worse.
All right,
if they characterize the toxin.
Rodney, if they have a very bad year in North Carolina, meaning it gets very hot, very hot, probably with hurricanes roaring in, how is that going to affect this?
Well, I mean, they've been talking about that. Is if we don't act as a result of the publicity generated by this book, and then we have on top of that another bad summer, we are in real trouble here. So we need to begin to start doing things, and that's why when I was there, I really tried to give the book somewhat of a positive spin and said, the North Carolinians, really, this is a challenge and an opportunity. You can set an example for other states by how you handle this situation, because there will be a paperback, and that paperback will have an updated chapter of what North Carolina has done since this book has come out. But if you have another bad summer and you don't begin to act on this book, then that could really spell major economic problems.
Well, with the story I've got from Wilmington, Delaware, and the story from South Africa, and people I think have seen that on CNN, red tide there, with just thousands of things crawling out of the sea. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Thousands of tons, excuse me. This may already have spread. I mean, it may be too late in that regard.
Well, I like to think the only way to stop this, I propose they do extensive monitoring and detection systems in all the hot spots of North Carolina this summer, and then issue alerts like you have in L.A., pollution alerts. Have them publicly posted in the newspaper, what the levels of this organism are, where, when are the days you don't go fishing or don't go swimming. That doesn't solve the problem, but immediately addresses the concern of people. In the long run, the only way they're going to solve it is really not solving it, but manage it, and that is by cutting back on the nutrients and the pollutants that are going into the rivers.
What do you think the chances are we'll actually do that?
Oh, gosh, Art. I think that if the North Carolinians can say it's going to cost us more if we don't do it than if we do, there's hope.
Are they not yet to that point, though?
I don't think you have the political support up in the legislature, and I know the governor is in a difficult situation because of the incredible pressures of the hog industry there.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Hey, I'm in North Carolina.
Yes, sir. Where in North Carolina?
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
And I've suffered with the neurotoxin degrees bacterially for over 20 years. And it is a terrible thing to go through. I now do support group work. I found some answers that helped me after 20 years. I became housebound, city-bound, and then housebound. Couldn't get out of bed. I'm now living 98% normal life again. And Rodney Barker's book, I've been, of course, keenly aware of this because of my illness. I've been looking into all this.
All right, but let me ask you, have you seen a lot of publicity about it there in North Carolina?
Well, it's been like his book, when it came out, there's been a 2-minute snitch on the local news, TV, and things like that. But the articles have been in the paper about he's right about the hog farming, and one of our big senators has a huge hog interest, and his lagoons broke and polluted, and they find him, a slap on the wrist. But basically, the news, has been kind of spotty. But if you really have been aware of it, I've been aware of it for quite a few years, and they are getting sores, and the brain symptoms are the first 3 I go to. The short-term memory loss being the second most prominent symptom. And, you go to sleep and you wake up the next morning and see the leaves on the trees, and you wonder if you're going crazy because you thought you went to sleep in the winter.
All right, sir, I appreciate the call.
Yeah, Art, I was in Charlotte at the beginning of last week, and in Charlotte is more inland. It's not on the coast. He's right in terms of the regional coverage. I did a couple of TV spots and a couple of radio shows there. I don't know what it takes to sort of blanket the media. I've done a number of national shows. I was on Dateline 2 weeks ago, as well as Good Morning America and CNN. And then there was the New York Times, and I know in Raleigh this has been a big story.
All right, if I play the bureaucrat who thinks Rodney Barker is full of it, and that this is just some sort of overblown non-story that Rodney Barker is blowing up to sell books, how do you answer it?
Well, I say go to the newspapers, go to the down on the coast, talk to the doctors who are seeing the patients, take a trip down through all those coastal towns and cities that I do, see how seriously they take it, talk to the people who've been given money to do research, see how seriously they take it. The only people who are going to be talking like that are going to be the bureaucrats who I challenge and reveal and expose in the book. And for the most part, I am getting endorsement from both the scientific circles, from the medical circles, and certainly from the population.
Rodney, if we do nothing at all, what'll happen?
I think you're going to have more and more of. One of the long-standing things is we're talking about health care in this country, and I think you're going to have chronic problems. You're going to have acute problems. I think that it's going to have a major, major impact on North Carolina. I think its economy, its population is going to be affected. I mean, I hate to think about that, Art. I mean, it's only going to get worse and dramatically worse because, I mean, the critical point has been reached in North Carolina. I think it's the first in line for anyway. A lot of coastal states are going to be affected by these kinds of problems, and
North Carolina now, the East Coast as a whole, perhaps later. All right, yeah. Rodney, can you hold on?
I can.
All right. Coming to the top of the hour, Rodney Barker is my guest, and The Waters Turned Blood is his book. I'm Art Bell, and you're listening to the CBC Radio Network. I want Rodney to hear this. Rodney, are you a religious person?
Somewhat, Art. I'm not practicing. I don't go to church, but I have my own private religion that I continue to believe in.
Well, that makes two of us then.
Yeah.
Listen to this. It is from Pastor Bradley. Dear Art and Rodney, I know you don't like quoting from the Bible on your show, but there is a verse that describes precisely what your guest is talking about. It is described in the curse of the second bowl, which is found in Revelation 16:2, and reads, quote, "Then the second angel poured out his bowl on the sea, and it became blood as of a dead man, and every living creature in the sea died." The very next verse, number 4, describes the same thing being introduced into the fresh water system. Quote, "The third angel poured out his bowl on the rivers and springs of water, and they became blood." Signed, Pastor Bradley. I'm not a strictly religious person by a long shot either, and I'm not sure how to approach what we're doing to ourselves right now, Rodney, but I don't know. That gives me sort of a nervous little tick.
It certainly does, too. I know that I was aware and excited by the recent sort of coalition building between environmentalists and theologians who do see a common cause in the preserving of the earth and being the steward of the earth. And I like hearing about that kind of coming together.
Well, let me tell you something. Politically, most of my life, I have been a conservative with libertarian leanings. Mm-hmm. All right? And the traditional conservative position on environmental matters is BS. Mm-hmm. You know, it's BS, and all that matters is the economy. And I have come in the last several years to understand that it's not BS, that I'm afraid it's real. What we're doing to ourselves is now coming back to haunt us. It's what drove me to write this book. Mm-hmm. I guess it's what drove you to write the book, isn't it?
In larger part, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's take a few more calls. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Rodney Barker in L.A. Hi.
Hello, Art. Hi.
Where are you?
In Hannibal, Missouri, hometown of Mark Twain.
Yes, sir.
I used to live in Rock Hill, South Carolina, which is right on the border of North and South Carolina next to Charlotte. And the guy that called us a little while ago, I can back up what he said. The Catawba River, which ran, I'd say maybe about half a block away from where my apartment was, had a very interesting occurrence, to say the least, happening there in the latter part of 93 going into 94.
What was that?
There were scores of fish that ended up on the banks of the rivers on both sides. It was as if somebody had just plowed right down the center of it with a net or something and just shoved all the fish over to the side. I mean, there were thousands of them laying around.
Thousands.
The soil conservation people were running around telling people to keep away from the river, away from the fish, because they were rotting and it would get you sick and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But considering it was so close to my house, I was wondering what the heck is going on with all the smell down there. I went to take a look, and I saw fish with the same kinds of signs and symptoms as what I've seen on the TV, the sores and stuff like that. There were kids that during that same time frame had been downriver playing around in the water, and they had come down with meningitis, one of which was 17 years old, football star, no problems whatsoever health-wise, who died from it. just boom, out of the clear blue. No rhyme, no reason. The health officials blew it off, and they would not admit, even when we called the CDC to say, look, are we in danger? Are we having an outbreak? What's going on? The people down there, up to and including Dr. David Thatcher, the director, who I personally talked to about this, would not tell us anything. Just blew us off and said, there's nothing to it, which is typical of the downplaying of the usual government bureaucracy,
All right, thank you. I have got to somehow impress the audience with the urgency of this. 110 physicians from North Carolina wrote a letter to our vice president. That's 110 doctors in North Carolina. Would you read it one more time, please?
Certainly will. Let me just say before I do, Art, that it's really amazing when you do something like this, the different stories you hear from people who have encountered something similar, whether it's this organism or not, but who are frustrated by what is happening to the environment and the lack of response on the part of public health officials. This letter is to Dear Vice President Gore. It's from physicians of Craven County, North Carolina, and surrounding areas. It reads, physicians are usually notoriously uninvolved in political or environmental issues. An environmental issue is now, however, threatening the people of our community in New Bern, North Carolina, and nearby. As doctors, we feel the need to speak out as advocates of our patients to protect them from the possible health risk, which in this case involves exposure to our coastal waters. The pollution in our rivers has caused an overgrowth of several organisms, one known as Pfiesteria, implicated not only in fish kills, but mammalian neurologic dysfunction. And it goes on and it calls upon Vice President Al Gore to come in to support the governor. To me, it's a stunning rebuke to the public health system in North Carolina that they are going above them, outside the state, appealing to Vice President Al Gore for help.
All right. Now, suppose I lived in the state of Maine on the coast. And I'm going to just give you a reaction. I'm going to say, look, fine, that's North Carolina's problem. That's not my problem. I don't care.
Well, I would say to them that this organism has been found up and down the eastern seaboard. I would say to them that they should not be complacent just because they have not been impacted by this particular organism, because I think what this organism indicates is that our coastal waters are being changed by environmental and pollution pressures, and if it's not this organism, it very well easily could be another organism, and all the scientists are predicting that this is the direction we're moving in. There's a global increase in these kind of pathogens, and they're going to be happening in Maine's waters sooner or later. And they've even there was a big incident up in Canada dealing with toxicity.
I just picked on Maine as a...
I know, but so you are not immune simply because you live in those northern waters.
In other words, if we don't do something, the ocean is literally going to be poisoned. Is poisoned a wrong word?
Well, no, it's not. There is a strong possibility that this kind of thing is going on elsewhere, and the organism just has not yet been identified.
All right, you heard the story. Maybe some of the audience did not, that I just read, which just broke out of South Africa. There are some photographs on CNN or some video of it. An estimated 1,000 tons of crayfish have literally walked out of the ocean, worrying marine experts, I'm quoting from CNN, due to a red tide, trying to escape a red tide. And what you're talking about is a red tide, isn't it?
Well, the organism that I'm talking about in North Carolina is really a cousin to the organism that causes the red tide.
A nastier cousin?
Yes, it's a nastier cousin because it exhibits direct predatorial behavior, attacking fish, and the toxin appears to be more potent and more dangerous to humans than the one causing red tide.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. This is Robert in San Joaquin Valley.
Yes, sir.
First of all, that Golden Eagle food, I tried that. And they've come a long way from K-rations.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I know.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm really enjoying hearing you. There's so many things I could ask you, but let me lump it all in one real quick, Art, and then I'll listen on the air.
Sure.
First of all, after I mentioned the main subject, I was hoping maybe you could tell us is we can't really depend on politicians and their agendas. What we could do to come together in hopes that we can turn things around.
Pressure.
Yeah, if it's not too little too late. But are you familiar with the red tides of Salton Sea in Southern California?
Yeah. Go ahead and tell us more about it, though. I'd like to hear what you're...
They've had it several times. I drove by there not too many years ago. All the fish were floating.
Mm-hmm.
The stench was terrible. The people were sick. The birds were getting sick.
Yeah, birds are falling out of the air.
Yes, sir. I was just wondering if you knew much about that and what the cause is.
Yeah. Well, I know that it's been linked to what is called the fertilization of the coastal waters, which is causing various microorganism cells to turn toxic, and then it works its way up the food chain. And you've had that problem here. You had a die-off in 91 of pelicans that were feeding on anchovies that had then were feeding on toxic diatoms. And so California has had its bouts, as well as the whole Pacific coast has, with these marine organisms turning toxic. And in this case, as we said, working its way up the food chain.
All right, I've got two reports here, one from MSNBC. Let me read it. At a conference in Brussels, insurance company scientists warn not only that climate is changing, but that resulting storms and other erratic weather could actually bankrupt the industry. A quote, "It is feared that climate change will produce in nearly all regions of the world new extreme values of many insurance-relevant parameters that will lead to natural disasters of unprecedented severity and frequency." And now from CNN, McGinty, Clinton's point person on environmental issues, largely steered clear of the blame, commenting, focusing instead on the consequences of doing nothing. McGinty said, quote, "As we see increasingly severe storms, we begin to get a glimpse of what a post-climate change world would look like. Mm-hmm. But I'm beginning to wonder if we're going to make it that far."
You know, when it comes to the environment, Art, we have relied on other species to be our early warning systems. That's why miners took canaries into the mines with them. When they stopped singing, they knew they had air problems. But the assumption is when the environment reaches a point where it can no longer support wildlife, that we will recognize that. We'll pay attention to it, and we will react to it. And, boy, some of the stories we've heard tonight, you hear about the frogs up in Minnesota and Wisconsin, growing legs out of different parts of their body.
Let me give you one that you might not know about.
Okay.
I live out here in the desert, Rodney, and Lake Mead is the big drinking water supply for Las Vegas. And there were front-page headlines about 2 months ago that said that the carp in Lake Mead were showing gross deformities. Now, bear in mind, this is in the drinking water of Las Vegas.
Well, you know, and Art, there are those who say, you know, it's not fair to extrapolate from other species to human health. And I think that's the case I make in this book, is basically the line between us and them, between other species and people, has been crossed. The same things we're doing to the environment that are causing an organism to emerge as killing fish.
Well, why do they call it that's why they call it the food chain. It's a food chain, right? Mm-hmm. We're at the top of it.
Oh, I see, yeah. I know.
Yeah. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with first-time callers. Call area 702-727-1222. Hold it, Steve. We can't allow you to put a last name on the air.
Okay.
So let us begin again. Your name is Steve, and Steve, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Wilmington, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
2 questions for you, and maybe a main concern. This, you said might be going airborne, right?
No, it does. The toxin aerosolizes.
Is airborne.
It is airborne. All right. Being that I'm just about 2 minutes away from the ocean and a few minutes away from several of the branches off the Cape Fear River, is it possible that I could be affected? And if so, should I be in the thought of moving someplace else?
Oh, no, I wouldn't alarm there. First of all, we're talking about blooms of this organism. That's when you have concerns. When it blooms, in the water, then, and the problem is, like a red tide, you don't get the discoloration. That's when the toxin aerosolizes. In terms of the ocean side, even though it has a salinity tolerance for the ocean, the churning of the waves, the turning over, makes it so that it's inhospitable for it. So on the exterior parts of the oceans, you don't need to worry. It has been found in the Cape Fear, yes. I would keep my, attuned to the newspaper there. The Wilmington Star News is very good on this kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I was just in Wilmington last week, and you have a riverkeeper there who is monitoring this kind of situation, and I had a long conversation with him, so there will be those kind of alerts posting. He's going to be looking for it, too, so I would not consider moving at this time, no.
Okay.
I don't think I think you should become involved, and I mean, stay in touch with your riverkeeper there.
All right. On the other hand, if he were to ask you, should I go swimming?
Well, the Cape Fear's got its problems too. I mean, all those coastal rivers. I mean, it's not one thing; it's another. There's been a variety of bacteria and organisms they've been found in those rivers. I don't think they're healthy places. I certainly wouldn't. I believe in informed consent, Art, and that's what makes me so angry here. Is that the health and the environmental bureaucracies don't have the information to be able to provide to citizens and consumers to make them feel meaningfully reassured of what they know, what they're eating or what they're swimming in.
All right, caller. So the word is you don't have to move, but stay informed.
Okay, one more quick question for you.
Sure.
How much do you think it's going to get worse?
All right. That goes back to if we do nothing.
Yeah.
What are we facing?
Well, I can say to you this, is that there was, if we look back in time, the population sort of shifts move from rural to urban. Now the population shift is moving to the coastlines. You look at what states are growing the fastest. It is our coastal states. I mean, that is clearly the target area. Those coastal waters are the breeding zones for these new organisms. The states are going to have more and more people to them, which is going to be more and more pollution and population pressures.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes. I have a couple of questions. One is, are there any places one could go, aside from your book, obviously, which is a prime source of information, which could be considered an official...
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Research.
Yeah, there are. If you can look in my book, it refers to a Nature article, a scientific prestigious journal out of Britain, when it was first published about this. I cannot refer you to any information in terms of the state officials in North Carolina. There are a couple of environmental groups, foundations that are clearinghouses for information. Perhaps if you wanted to call Art's producer back or Art back at a later time, I could give them those numbers. You could call them.
All right. In the meantime, we've got a related article now on our website, caller. So if you have a computer, it's www.artbell.com. All right, Rodney, sit tight. We'll be back to you in a moment. His book, And the Waters Turned to Blood. This is a very strange organism we are discussing that unfortunately is now affecting the fish, but also is beginning to affect human beings. You might want to stick around and listen. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC.
And now, back to the best of Art Bell.
Pollution more than I am this horrible little bug.
Well, I really see when we talk about North Carolina as a signal event, sending up a flare for a lot of other states to see. And that's what my hope is. And that's why I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, Art, is to bring this issue to the attention of people around the country. Because, yes, we have a major problem in North Carolina, but other states are just standing in line. It's going to be coming their way.
All right. East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Hi, I'm Larry. I'm calling from Watertown, Wisconsin tonight. I've lived in western North Carolina for 13 years. They have a very large commercial fish farm industry in western North Carolina, rainbow trout,
right,
catfish, and I started, I drove by one on the way home from work, so I have my wife, I dip some out have the guy dip some of the fish out for my wife, and her health has started to go downhill. And they've just opened a new fish market in town that she's been patronizing, and she's took very seriously ill. She's been eating orange roughy and some other things, and I just spoke with her when the program came on. We have a lot of trouble getting you on the radio in western North Carolina in the mountains, and she's very ill. She's to the point she can't sleep, pains, or she's starting to become forgetful. She locked herself out of the house. They'd even take a purse or keys, and you know how a woman is with her purse.
Well, these are symptoms typical of what Rodney has described. That doesn't mean that's what this is, though. Although it does sound eerily familiar, doesn't it, Rodney?
Yeah. Again, as we said, Archie, when you start writing about this kind of thing, you become, you hear all kinds of stories about people who are suffering from similar complaints. I did a little research on the internet with the CDC, and they have a site there talking about new and emerging infectious diseases, and under that there's a paper that talks about how poorly equipped public health departments are to be able to discern these new waterborne diseases from all different sources, and that they just don't have the sophistication to detect them. They don't test for them, and they really are crisis oriented. And they wait till there's ongoing health problems before they'll finally react to a situation.
I know. Well, you're not a doctor, but what would you say to this fellow?
Boy, having gone through that, hear so many stories of those people who have had that kind of thing. I just don't know. Personal physicians. I just don't know what to say to this individual.
Caller, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for you.
Sir, is there any danger of that organism being in the mountain streams in western
North
North
Carolina?
No,
let me reassure you about that. You may have other sources of pollution in your mountain streams, but in terms of western North Carolina, I know there's paper mills up there, and I know there's been some spraying up there, so that might be the source of your problem. This particular organism, no. I don't want to alarm you about it. That doesn't seem to be. You don't need to worry about this causing those problems.
All right. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you, sir?
My name is Francis. I'm calling from Grass Valley, California. I'm listening on KNCO.
Okay.
And I have a couple. I'm an activist over in my area with the Green Party, and my point is, I'd like to request that the letter of the doctors get put on the website so that people could have access to that. I think it's valuable information for people around the country.
Too.
I do too. I'll tell you what, Rodney, if you will supply it to me, okay. I will see to it that it gets on the website.
Okay, I'll be glad to do that, Art.
All right, caller?
Sir, I have another quick request.
Yeah.
Another quick comment. May I?
Yes.
A while back, you had this is a quick comment, you had this game you played called If I Were a Dictator. Well, if I were a dictator, whenever certain conservative radio talk show hosts use the term environmental wacko,
yeah,
I would have them castrated.
All right, well, yeah, I'm sorry. My views have what would be the right word? They've gone past any political concerns or beliefs that I had, and I have embraced, because of scientific fact, that a lot of people are just ignoring right now about what's going on with our environment. I have begun to realize, as many, many, many others have, that we are really screwing up the place we live in.
Yeah, Art, I was asked on a program, why, actually I think it was Good Morning America, why would not health officials react? And, it's difficult to answer that because you think this is their job, and it's a complex mix of motives, but one of the things that I think that I encountered in this book, and I think it's part of in fact, it is one of the themes of the book, and that is how much information is enough. And I think that a lot of our health departments, their demand for scientific certainty is beyond reason, beyond common sense. They want absolute scientific consensus. They want perfect information, and you're never going to get that. And I understand. To run the engines of environmental protection cost money. You need to have information because industries can bring lawsuits unless you can back up regulations. But nevertheless, there reaches a point where if you're going to err, you're going to err on the side of protecting public health. And I find that a lot of these public health agencies are just so conservative in their demand for more and more science just to avoid those tough political and economic consequences.
You nevertheless have a lot of science behind what you have written, don't you?
I issued a challenge to that public health department, to the environmental agency there, it's the Division of Environmental Management. If you have any disagreement with the contentions in my book, let's sit down and let's select a major newspaper. I chose the News and Observer from Raleigh, but I said anyone you want, and I'll present my data and my information and my sources, and you present yours, and let's have the public decide. And I have had nobody take me up on that challenge. And I know someone from the governor's office went to the health department to say, what are your problems with this? And they tried to nickel-dime me. But it was little things that had no consequence to the serious challenges there. And she was completely, appalled, and went back and actually reported that to the governor.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to be talking to you. I'm from Tempe, Arizona. My name is Ellen.
Hi, Ellen.
Hi. I couldn't believe what Mr. Barker, is that correct?
Yes.
Was saying. I was just driving home. It's almost the same here in Arizona. The denial until there were actual dead bodies in this case, and overwhelmingly so. There was a circuit board manufacturer that blew up in a minority neighborhood, which, of course, the neighborhood wasn't aware of what was being done in there. It created a massive fire 4 years ago. We now have about 40 people dead on the same street that was downwind from the fire. And 8 right away. When the people were let back into their area, it was a poor evacuation coordination. They didn't have one, basically. And they were let back in too soon. But they came back to their dead animals and dead plants on their lawn.
That's a kind of message.
Yeah, that would prove not only overwhelming scientific evidence, but they went on to say, the Arizona State Health Department and the Maricopa County Health Department, that they were just imagining these symptoms, and the deaths were normal, and the kids started to get sick. And now, down there, it's very, very common for kids to have their hair falling out, and they don't think it's uncommon down there.
So, in other words, the point you're making is that the bureaucracy treated that incident just the way they're treating what's going on in North Carolina right now.
Exactly. Not only did we have scientific information that the symptoms were all linked together, and not from sick house syndrome, not because African Americans have bad diets, and they even had the nerve to say that, but because we had many dead people, and what they were saying was, well, they were very old and they were going to die. Well, those are the most vulnerable people.
Of course,
And
the young and the old.
And then when we went further to the federal level, and I petitioned the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry to do a public health survey, they were being told by our state agency that they had it under control. Finally, 4 years later, 80 deaths and many sick, we finally got the Region 9 director to come down and listen to this.
All right. Well, does that all sound familiar?
Oh, that pattern is repeated again and again. And I mean, in some respects, this is an old story, and that's where I think sometimes it takes a book, a catalyst for the kind of changes, bring it to that national attention. And this woman's story sounds very familiar, and again, I recognize the pattern. Thanks for sharing it with us.
All right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hello.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Well, you're listening.
This is Harold in Jacksonville, North Carolina, and I had one quick question. I'll get off and listen to the answer on the air. But we have down here an epidemic of rabies in the possum and raccoon population, and I was just curious to know if, by chance, this bug in the water is what's causing the rabies epidemic.
No, absolutely not. We really have to be careful. If we're talking about demand for a response to the science here, we have to be scientific.
Yeah, everybody begins to blame it on everything.
Right. Yeah, and that's a danger. In fact, I was just in Jacksonville, and by the way, I'm being interviewed by Jacksonville Radio tomorrow morning at about 6:30. But no, don't worry about the rabies. This organism have no connection whatsoever. So.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi.
Hi, this is Steve in New Orleans.
Hello, Steve.
And
I know New Orleans has its own problems.
Yes. In fact, I'd like to ask your guest, several times over the past 5 to 10 years, there's been a dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico off of the Louisiana coast.
Yes.
And this zone has been growing in size. And what I read from the newspaper was that it might be caused by fertilizer, which was carried down the Mississippi and dumped into the Gulf of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to ask your guest if he knows if that is accurate or if there might be some type of organism involved.
Rodney?
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I don't want to overspeak my knowledge here. Certainly, the waters that you're talking about are prime candidates for what we're talking about. I mean, think about with all the different basins that the Mississippi flushes. So whether you're talking about a specific chemical contaminant in there that is causing those dead zones, whether you're talking about the changing environmental conditions that are given birth to organisms that are causing that, I really can't speak to. But this is, I mean, either way, it wouldn't surprise me. And I know those are the waters that are going to be tested next for this organism. I know I talked to Dr. Burkholder, who's a scientist here.
All right. The name of this organism again, please.
The name of the organism is Pfiesteria piscicida. It translates from Latin to fish killer.
Fish killer. And it has caused fish to have open sores.
Open sores. It causes them to muscle paralysis, and they die from the neurotoxin. They've been dying by the millions in the waters of North Carolina.
By the millions.
Yeah, and again, this toxin just doesn't stop at fish. Not only does it affect the waters, but it affects almost like a poisonous vapor over the where these fish kills take place, and people entering those zones are susceptible to.
So a very dangerous time would be when it's hot, when there's a bloom of this.
Yeah.
Then it would be misty. It would be airborne.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know necessarily. I mean, if you're looking on the surface for a fish with holes in them to tell you, that's not what the sign is. I mean, those fish could be disturbed down below. It could be in the early state of a bloom. It could be after that. So you can't tell by looking at the waters whether it's active and whether it's dangerous.
And again, the effect on human beings is?
The effect on human beings is not completely understood, but it's all bad news.
But the symptoms?
The symptoms would be similar to premature Alzheimer's, cognitive difficulty, the symptoms like multiple sclerosis, and cognitive impairment, and more to be told.
And immune deficiencies.
And immune deficiency, which that's what's so hard, is that if it's immune deficiency, then you could be exhibiting a whole range of symptoms that don't have the signature of this organism, and you wouldn't know what's causing it.
All right. Let's take a couple more calls, and that's about all we're going to have time for. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Hi. West of the Rockies, are you there? East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rodney Barker. Good morning.
Yes, this is Charles from Maine.
Yes, Charles.
Yes, I was wondering if this bug were to infect a human or whatever, is there any chance of a sore like on the fish?
If it were a bug to affect a human, is there a chance of sores on the fish? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
I don't follow that either.
Would the human get the sore, as a symptom?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the human's exposed to the toxin. See, I mean, what makes this so difficult is that we can't say to you, like in the auto industry, if you're exposed to benzene, you get a specific kind of cancer. The range of toxins have not been clearly identified. The range of human health effects haven't been clearly identified. So there's all kinds of possible symptoms. The symptoms we're describing today are the ones that are known. But until that toxin is studied, until we come up with a set of clinical symptoms associated with it, we really just don't know. The sores on the hands are one indication, and they do not respond to antibiotics. They are slow to heal, and they would be a symptom. But up in Maine, there could be a lot of other things that are causing it, too.
All right, Rodney, we're going to have to stop it here, but your book, and The Waters Turned Blood, is generally available, right?
Generally available across the country, Art. And let me say, this has been a public service, and I can't thank you enough for allowing me to bring it to your audience.
Well, I can't thank you enough for taking the time after a busy book signing to be here. Rodney.
Well, and it sounds like we're thinking along the same lines, and I'm anxious to read The Quickening.
I'll arrange it. Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you, Art.
Take care. That's Rodney Barker, folks, and his book again, And the Waters Turned Blood. Now, it's one more indication of exactly what I have written about in my book, which is called The Quickening. It documents the weather changes, the geographic changes, the social changes, the economic changes, changes in literally every aspect of human endeavor, the exponential quickening, what's going on. It is, I suspect, the best book I will ever have written. It is 336 pages, available hardcover only. And I'm going to give you a phone number to order it, but the lines are hopelessly gridlocked. And the best time to call is after 8 o'clock in the morning, Pacific time. My book is available as of today. Now, if you want a first edition signed, autographed copy, now let me explain this to you, okay? Because last time there were many people screeching about this. I am going to sign copies for as long as I can humanly do it. And then I am going to stop. I'm not putting an actual cutoff date on this. I'll just sign until I get sick of signing, okay? And then you will not be able to get a signed copy. So that's the deal, and I'm going to give you the phone number right now. You can try it right now. You might get lucky and get through, but my guess is after 8 o'clock in the morning you'd have a better chance. All I did was mention it on Dreamland, and it went into utter complete gridlock yesterday, so you can give it a try. The number is 1-800-864-7991. I have mixed feelings about the effect I know the effect this book is going to have. It's going to shock and anger a lot of people. But what you will find in it is documented and true. If you're not the kind of person who puts their head into the sand, then this is a book you definitely want to read. The Quickening is out as of today. Well, actually yesterday now. The number to call is 1-800-864-7991. And I'll be interested, by the way, they ship out right away. They've got them to ship. No pre-orders this time like with my last book. They're ready to ship as soon as you call. Again, 1-800-864-7991. And The Quickening is kind of what I think we're going to talk about as the show continues this morning. How could we not? I'm Art Bell, and this is CBZ.